Alright, folks. Welcome back. It is day 104. Hopefully we get to a lesson today. If not, I kind of already dabbled over midnight yesterday. Once again, Maku desu. Minasan konnichiwa. Yokoso. So today is the big day, right? We got past our super, even our half day. I did quite a bit of reviewing on Duolingo. Let's see how much we can get done here. I'm gonna start by doing my typical summary or typical overview, right? Let's preface by overviewing. I have like a bit of a something in my throat, so hopefully people don't mind if I clear my throat every once in a while. Okay, so tentatively, right? This is what I call the tentative takes. So what are tentative takes? Well, these are meant to serve as kind of like progress reports, right? Progress reports. And as per usual, progress reports are tentative. So this is non-comprehensive. Non-comprehensive. As with most things that are summaries, right? And I don't even think, gotta make another disclaimer, it's not a summary really either. Per se, like for example, I didn't prepare to write these things as a rehearsal. So there'll be things that aren't being covered. It's not an attempt to be comprehensive, more or less. And another thing to make note is like summaries, these are my current knowledge about things. It's not necessarily accurate. It's right. Not meant to be striving for accuracy, but more for recall. So it's kind of output focused, right? So output focus, accuracy, sure, maybe, well, let's say mostly accurate. Mostly accurate, right? Probably another point I have to make is this is not advice. So it's not like professional advice, right? So take for what you will. This is more my recounting all the experiences that I have and things that I plan to do in the future, and a progress report. So the first thing is the progress report, right? And the progress report, we're gonna start off usual with writing Japanese. This involves the kana, and then pretty much all the kanji up to this point from Duolingo. So nowhere else, nothing outside, just kana plus kanji from Duo, right? Then this time I have planned to go over grammar points. Haven't really done this. This is a new thing. to kind of reflect upon the grammar points that maybe I keep to heart, and then see where, get a little perspective on the number of grammar points I can recall, right? By that, we are going to do another different thing, which is, so in section 3, they started introducing like tenses, forms a bit more. And we know in anticipation, there are going to be more forms, right? In section 4. So this time, I'm dedicating the first category of stuff to predicates. And specifically noting as many predicate things or predicates related things in the plain form. Now, technically, we haven't had the plain form. It's in section 4. However, this is these two comments are recurring, so it got me thinking maybe I should try and practice in advance, in anticipation of these questions and whatnot. So when I sort them out in my head and then I'll put them from time to time, it gets a little smoother when I'm responding to questions and observations. And the plain form came up probably almost as much, not as much as grammar points. So comments typically geared towards grammar points or some sort of understanding of the relation of predicates, especially to plain form. And I don't particularly gravitate towards this. However, generally speaking, even when I'm typing Japanese or when I'm speaking English, I would use the polite form, the formal form, to interact with people before using the casual form or the plain form. However, in the day of the internet, it seems like even my observation, it's pretty obvious to me that the plain form in Japanese is still used by other people who are learning Japanese. So I have to kind of get used to looking at it even before section 4. So this is, I'll make a comment about this a little bit later. And then we're going to do something that we did try to do last review, which is to try to go backwards. So we're going to go backwards from unit 15 to unit 1. You were busy over the long weekend? Well, today's the big day, so I'm a little under the weather right now, only because of the weather. I know how that sounds, but it's literally the weather that makes me under the weather. So, but today is the big review, so strap on. The weekend was long. It was long. I'm like really, really tired. I'm gonna try to not overextend myself. Let's see. So, yeah, how are you? How was your long weekend, by the way? It was very busy. Hopefully it's not busy anymore. Lotus. All right, so we're gonna go backwards from unit 15 to unit 1. And the goal, I think we're gonna, because there's new structure, right? There was new structure that we have to adapt to. I think the goal is to get 10 elements in each unit. I think 10 elements will keep it. And the weather clear up, yeah. The funny thing about allergies. The funny thing about allergies is when the weather clears up, it just goes away. You know what I mean, Lotus? Like, you're an allergy sufferer. It's kind of like one of those things like, it sucks to suck, but you're clearly not sick. So you just have to deal with it until it clears up. You know what I mean? Like, it's not one of those things like, oh, you did anything wrong, or there's not much you can do about it other than make yourself comfortable until it passes. Like, you're not dying. It does make speaking very inconvenient, though. It's probably pretty noticeable when my voice is like kind of gargly versus clear in between day after day. I'm glad you're well. Tired. I can resonate with that. All right. So 10 elements. I think this will keep us honest with 10 elements, and I hope to keep this section, this progress report section, to like the 4 hours. I think 4 hours is fairly generous. We'll keep that to 4 hours. Then we have the next big section are probably like changes section. So maybe comment on Duolingo changes, because there were Duolingo changes, and then future changes to my schedule. So schedule changes for me, like things that I'm gonna try to focus on to change up. Also a review of what worked and what didn't, what like got tossed and what didn't, because some things got tossed due to these changes. So review of what routines, and I can't spell routines, it's fine. Routines were useful and not useful, you know, some reflection. This time, yeah, great spelling. Yep, I mean useful stuff, right? And if we have time, which I think we're gonna cut this short because we did a lot already on a couple of last days. Maybe some bigger picture stuff. Probably not. I'll probably close with a message of some sort to myself and those who are interested. Yeah. That looks good. Some record keeping, right? We need to provide some record keeping. So this progress report or tentative takes is after 103 days of consecutive Duolingo use, or streams, right? We have to make mention that there's Neverwinter Online on Mondays, right? So things that break cadence. I still continue to watch anime, right? And lately some vlogs. Great readers are still in the equation. Right, Tofuku is still in the equation. Just for some context. Most of my like outside of Duolingo, right? I use hybrid thinking most of the time now. Oh, there, Fanny. I use hybrid thinking. So by hybrid thinking, I mean I think Japanese and English at the same time. Where like I bounce back and forth. So we're not talking about 103 days of consecutive Duolingo streaming, but outside of it, it's not like I stopped thinking about Japanese. So this is very relevant because a lot of people would assume, they tend to assume that I compartmentalize, which some people do, right? Whenever they think about studying and learning, they compartmentalize, as in, this is the time I study, this is the time I learn. I want to make it clear that Japanese is a lifestyle choice. So my lifestyle deals with Japanese. So at any opportunity, I'm still microdosing in Japanese. Not the thing that I feel a lot of early learners would do. They would grind a language in a specific time period and then turn their brain off and go do whatever they need to do, right? I don't have a day job, so I don't have to I don't have to speed up and not work on my Japanese, so there isn't anything that's interfering or needs to be compartmentalized, right? If I had a job and that job was exclusively in English, then it would be advantageous and pragmatic for me to stop thinking in Japanese to speed up the process. So just to clarify that while I spend, and then this is 103 days, we're still gonna say it's on average 5 hours of Duolingo streaming per day, to give an idea of how much time, right? So we place that on 103 days, we're talking about over 500 hours. And I typically tell people it's actually kind of like 700 hours plus, because every time I'm thinking about Japanese on and off, half the time outside of Duolingo, I'm also thinking about Japanese. So it's a constant thing, not a break thing. I don't want to take a break from having multiple languages. You don't break from a language. It is your life skill. Like, you don't take a break from thinking about communication, right? You don't take a break from thinking about having fun, that kind of thing, right? So just to keep in mind, it's a very different beast, the way my mind works, right? Everything is connected. When I watch anime, I think about English and Japanese. When I think about vlogs, I think about both too. So that's kind of how I retain things. Okay. You could kind of say it's like my job to do that. To keep myself happy, I keep as many memories and skills tied together. So if I'm playing video games, it's great that it's in both Japanese and English, for example. Good to hear I'm using gray readers. Yeah, this has been, so since you're not here all the time, these things are consistent since day 14. So it's been a long time, and this is to remind people that I didn't stop doing this, as in I don't stop doing these things, because a lot of times people move on from things, and that's also not lifestyle choice. So it's not to stop things. So when people say, oh, I'm glad you're doing this, oh, I'm glad you stopped doing this, I'm not that. That is something I do not resonate with, and don't give me advice about stopping and starting things. That is definitely not how this works with me. So you pick up things and you continue to engage in them. It's a collective. If things start hurting you, that's a different story. But none of these things are actually hurting me. How much do you think you can understand when watching anime? You're gonna get the "it depends" Fanny. So during anime, if I'm watching alone, I could choose a comprehensible show or a non-comprehensible show, right? And most of the time, I tend to choose non-comprehensible shows. When it's periods when it's non-comprehensible, is like watching with friends, because it's about the desire to watch as opposed to finding something that meets more than myself. So if you're gonna ask me how much do I think I understand when watching anime, the only confident thing I could say to you is a lot. And what is a lot? It's a sufficient amount for me to understand the core of the events. What grade readers? Tadoku. Tadoku. Because it's a free resource. Hello there, Milo. Alright. So we got hours in. Other upkeeps. Duo, we're at 1600 plus words, sort of. Add a few. I don't think that's the most accurate counter that they have, but it's approximately, we'll say approximately 1600 words. We're at approximately 90 kanji. These kanji are used in approximately 180 cases. Mix and match, what have you. I don't know how many readings. It's too difficult to approximate how many readings. What we're gonna say, it's between 90 and 180. It's actually much closer to 90, like 100 readings. Because 20 of them might have slightly different reading, right? And then some of them have a completely different reading. What else is relevant that people like to ask? What is my accuracy? You know, like Duolingo still continues to be like 95%. They still hold up. It still holds up to like 95% comprehensible, at least. Even when you're not paying attention, it's still like 95%. So it's really high. It's definitely super high that at the later, like the reason why I'm saying this is sometimes when you think of gamification, you think that the comprehensibility goes down over time because the difficulty ramps up. But what I'm saying here is it still remains extraordinarily high. So you are still challenged to be engaging yourself. It is a very important point to engage yourself in things that are incredibly comprehensible. If things are not comprehensible, typically if you like the thing, you'll challenge yourself to understand it. So more learning comes about from that. However, even into section 3, which I was kind of expecting like a big ramp up, like, you know, you're getting, the wheels are coming off, like the training wheels are coming off, the comprehensibility is going to go down. It's still really, really high, at least 95%. I think it only dips to 95%, like below, like to 95%, when there's a new tense change and adjustment to that tense, or like the form can take a bit. It can feel like a little bit, the output when I speak and write can be like, oh yeah, I missed one. Oh, and you know, I missed a syllable here and a syllable here. Then the comprehensibility and the output can kind of wobble to 95. But that's really high. I would say at the lowest when it comes to anime, right? Fanny asked about anime. I would say at the lowest, I feel comfortable at 70%. However, ideally, I aim for 80%. So I'm okay with not understanding 20% of the things. That's like my general, I'm not going to be exhausted or exhausted, stopping, pausing all the time. But it can get as low as 70%. Like it can tank to 70% and I will still continue, make considerable strides to learn something. Once you drop below 70%, it gets to the area of non-comprehensibility. Like it's too exhausting to keep up. So I go with it. It was like, all right, this is where English starts plopping in and I find other ways to compensate for English. What about like vloggers? So when you're talking about vloggers, I listen to comprehensible input vloggers. It's actually a thing. So comprehensible input vloggers exist. So since I practice output on a daily basis, I have remained competent to accurately or attempt to accurately measure my comprehensibility, right? So because of that, I can use that comprehensibility to watch vloggers who attempt to meet a certain comprehensibility. So there are tons and tons of comprehensible input channels. And you pick your favorite guy or girl or someone who fits your vibe. And actually, I've been watching this particular guy, and he finally hit 100K, by the way. Congrats to him, and he's going to do something like move and change some stuff. So it's pretty cool watching him like talk about his journey through like all the stuff that he shares. Like all these vloggers, you know, talk about breakup, making friends, moving. They've moved. So the vloggers that I pick are also, they tend to be multicultural, so they've moved to several places that isn't Japan. So they talk about that a lot, like what it's like to live in a different country, and that stuff vibes with me. And they talk in a level that I can understand. And even if they describe any of the vocabulary, even in a vocabulary wise, they can be very nice. I think the person I'm talking about is the person I'm referring to mostly is Shin. I don't know what the channel name is. Sorry. Still relying on YouTube. Let me see. I'm pretty sure he moved multiple. He gives me the impression he moved multiple times. And I think he moved back to Japan. Is what. Hold up. Yeah, just Shun. Sorry, Japanese was Shun. I like him. He has 222 episodes. It's on one playlist. He has a lot actually. And he interacted with another vlogger that I still can't comprehend yet. So someone else suggested Yu. I tried. Yu is pretty interesting, but I think it's still a little bit outside my wheelhouse. But I really enjoy Shun. So and follow along with their stuff. So that's how I do vlogging. I don't actually watch vlogging as in like I don't vlog for self-interest yet. Have I ever watched Fishers? No, I don't think so. At the moment, they are funny. Oh, okay. Thanks for the recommendation. I didn't recommend it, okay, Lotus? You asked. I like the guy. The guy kind of reminds me. I want to sound like him. Like, if I had to choose what my Japanese sounds like for the moment, because I vibe with the guy, I want my Japanese to sound like him. Like he kind of sounds really mellow, and he kind of talked about his ups and downs. He has quite a bit of ups and downs, so it's quite nice. And he stays between. He has over 222 videos between N5 and N4, so that's probably going to be like entirely comprehensible for you, Lotus. I'm still like feeling. I'm like, it's between 70 and 80. The stuff that he rates as N5 to N4, it's between 70 and 80%. You get to learn about new vocabulary though, since everything else around it is comprehensible. And the first video I watched from him was he went around Osaka, specifically Dotonbori. Went around Dotonbori, Osaka, and did easy interviews about what people do Honshumatsu, right? Just the most recent past weekend, right? And it was fun because he leads the conversation in a manner, or edits the conversation in a manner that is incredible. It's very comfy. It's a comfy place. Anyways, all right, that's it, right? I think we covered a lot of things. This is where we start with our most relaxing start, right? This is the most relaxing meditative start to any of these tentative talks. Hopefully it doesn't take me that long. And that's writing. We're gonna start with writing. And what better way to start with writing than to write our entire kana? So let's take in. You can write with me if you want. Feel free. Pull up a piece of paper and write. You know. I will look at Fisher. Let me make a note of Fisher here. So Fishers. I'm guessing this is a YouTube channel. Oh, okay. Ishasu. Okay. Wait. Oh no, wait. That's can't be. Is it called? Wait, why are there so? There are more than one. Wait, which one are which one am I looking for? Oh, it's this one. Yeah, this one's in Japanese. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, all right. I got it. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna write some kana now. Ugh. You know what? I'm just never satisfied with my like it's so mediocre. I really need to drill some ahs. Okay. Okay. One of these days I'll drill some ahs. What is usually the next one? Okay. Wait a minute. Did I skip a row already? Hopefully I didn't. Wait. I feel like I already skipped the row. Ugh. Yeah, I skipped a row. I'm pretty sure I skipped a row. I skipped this row. Alright. So now that I skip a row, how do I recover from skipping a row? Yeah. Yeah. It's awful. We're gonna move along here. Oh, I skipped one. I drew that one a little. This is too big. Sorry. Definitely could be better. Oh, I like my round circle motion is pretty bad in the beginning. Like I'm not like completing the stroke. Guess probably. I try not to accidentally write katakana. Right. You just did this with me? I'm not even done yet. You're so fast. I am retrying though, so I do retry. I want to give it like, I want it to look 80 to 90% satisfactory at least. So I am at least giving it a try. Eh. Also, you gotta like warm up the hands. If you're not like warmed up, it's kind of pretty meh. Get it? Pretty meh. Eh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm not making this like circle motion very well right now. Like this. Like it's like wobbly. What am I missing? Oh. Yes, we do like oh, nope. That's not it. Just kidding. No one saw that. Dang it. Yeah, I'm not like rounding out my strokes at the bottom. There's like a kink. I think I might be a little too zoomed in. I'm making like longer motions. Still got oh, and I've been doing this lately. It's still taking a little getting used to. This one, I feel like I want to change it up the way I'm writing it. For now, we're gonna stick with this. And then what was here? Oh. Right. There's our hiragana. Right. Next one. All right. These ones are kind of jank. Wait. Oh, yeah. Some katakana aren't used very often, and it kind of makes me realize what type of common English words. There's like pre-selection for specific types of syllables in common English words that are adopted, that are used in like conversations from the katakana perspective. This time I'm not gonna skip this row, right? Yeah, we're not gonna skip this row this time. I'm gonna be honest, I think it's a lot faster to pick up the katakana off like using the row chart structure, because I don't know, it feels like Duolingo still, most of the katakana words are a lot longer at the moment than the hiragana words, so whenever I'm reviewing, there's a higher chance to practice like writing the actual kana per word. Like the length of the word is is often quite long, right? Yeah. Oops. What's the next row? I haven't been doing my rows, so let's see. Wait. Nah? Yeah, nah, right? Yeah, nah. Oh, this one, sometimes I kinda not sure. Then we have ha. Oh. Ma. Oops. Just now we're at Yeah, man, katakana is way faster. Unless I skipped a roll. Did I skip a roll? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Oh, I did skip a row. Just kidding. Wait. No, I didn't skip a row. You're supposed to be, No, I didn't skip it. It's here. I combine the last three. That's, Oh, I guess I kind of wrote this stroke. This stroke is not good. But no, my roll is combined with my wo and wa. Okay. It doesn't. This is what my so looks like. I do agree that this stroke right here was it, but no, it doesn't. Because this is thinner here. And the weight is over here. So, and this is the so. This is what so actually looks like. And then if you're obviously you're doing the same Jamie thing, or you're doing the same beginner thing where like, oh yeah, well, this is what the she looks like and this is what the tsu looks like, just to clarify, because it's a very common predilection that people have. They look out for the things that they struggled with, right? So if you're wondering, she, tsu. Okay. Let's see. Okay, kanji time. Kanji time. We're gonna try to go backwards in my memory. So I guess we'll start on this one's gonna be tough. I did review yesterday. To some extent, I did review. But it is going to be tough. We're gonna try to get all the unique ones. And because of the Duolingo structure change, I didn't get as much writing kanji practice in. So we'll see. I'm gonna try to write these a little bit larger to accommodate kanji. Let's try that again. It's close enough. That's unit 15, right? Mainichi. Might as well write out the full thing. Actually, no. We're gonna stick to uniques, so that I can keep track of which one I had. So this is introduced as Mainichi. It's our first use of this kanji. And then... Oops. This is the first use of this kanji is kino. Wait. Just kidding. Wait. Just kidding. No. Yeah. Kino. Oh, I just found out your Duolingo videos are good to listen to while I work. Oh, well, thank you, Greg. Sorry, I said Greg. Greg. Mata desu. arigato. So, yeah, that I hope that's Kino. All right. Okay. We have. Oh no. Sometimes I'm not sure horizontal lines. So there are times where is the top horizontal line shorter than the bottom horizontal line? That can get a little confusing sometimes. I'm pretty sure the second one is shorter. So this was in Shumatsu. So the end. So Shumatsu. And in this unit there was also Ue as a standalone Ue. Although then the unit before actually had this kanji used for ageru, agaru. Not agaru. Oh yeah. I think it's agaru, right? Yeah. Right? To ascend. They didn't introduce this kanji as agaru though. They introduced it as ue in the next unit after. The reason why that's so vivid. Agiru? I don't think so. I think that is incorrect. I think it's agaru. To rise and ascend. Unless agiru is the transitive or intransitive. Is there an intransitive? I don't know. Pretty sure it's agaru. Let's see. What's before? Oh no, this one's gonna be awful. Oh, you're gonna have to excuse this one. This one's terrible. Oh no, hold up. Oh, that's too. Okay. Did this have like one box? It's a one grid, right? Yeah. Something like this. Yeah, that's all I got. That then. Ageru? I still don't think it's ageru. It's agaru. Agaru. No, ageru is the transitive. I'm talking about agaru, the intransitive. I guess I can look. Yeah. Ageru is the transitive. This one, the one that I'm talking about, is the agaru. They both use the same kanji, by the way, so you can say ageru, but agaru is the intransitive version. Yeah, it makes sense because it's an so ageru is probably the transitive version of agaru, the intransitive. They come in pairs. Transitive and intransitive come in pairs. And it's a swap of and a on some of them. So this is densha. I hope that's densha. I feel like it's denser, but probably not then. I don't think these two, those two I don't think this stroke is supposed to be touching with that one. So like, if I had to make it look less weird, like if this stroke here isn't touching, but that's fine. We'll manage. So then we have this, right? Oh, how did this one work? Something like that. I feel like it's a little bit more scrunched, but that's fine. Yeah. The left side kind of reminds me of a truncated tabemasu or taberu, so kind of helps. This is Gohan. So before Gohan, oh, this one's not great as well, because it's kind of like an off-center grid pattern. So let's see. I think it's go this way. I don't know if this is shorter or longer. We'll go shorter, like this. Yeah. I think the first stroke is too long. wait. Take backs. Let's take this back. I can't like, my strokes from right to left are so weird. Most of my strokes are from left to left. I mean, the right to left strokes are very weird. The left to right is my stroke pattern, not right to left. Pretty sure that's a right to left. This is norimasu. Yeah, noru. Oh, this one's pretty bad too. It's atote. No. It's either atode, atode or konya. We'll do konya first. I think this has, wait. Yeah, I think it has these and not the one. And then oh no, I drew this. I mean, I wrote this too fat. Something like that. I think that's the konya, the ya in konya, or yoru as a standalone. We have I am Kuruma as a standalone. In that same unit. This one, it's like that. Okay, that one. No. I'm missing something, right? It's more like something like this. That's kairu. Kairimasu. Kairu. This one's pretty simple. Yeah? I'm not quite sure on this thing on the top, but that's supposed to be sundemasu. Do I remember how the stroke order works here? Yeah. Okay. So, that's Hidari. And then that's Migi. Not quite the same size. Getting a little triggered, but that's okay. This one's kind of sussy too. Like 1, 2, like 1, 2, 3. And then, oh, I have some hard ones coming up. Not this one though. That's a little wide. Let's bring it in a little. Oops. I don't know. It kind of looks like this. Daigaku. The reason why I'm not drawing the other kanji is because the reason why I'm not drawing the other kanji is we're gonna go over them at some point. So I'm traveling backwards, and the way Duolingo does it is when you're going forward, they introduce kanji, and then the other kanji are being reused. So Daigaku is actually Oki's kanji. They introduce Oki first, and then Oki plus this is Daigaku. As in big, dai, big. Dai as in the Chinese word dai. Big. I'm horrible at remembering kanji from memory, but can recognize many when I see them. I should practice this one day. Yeah. I don't do this very often though, Greg, because you won't really need to per se. When you speak and read it comes up a lot more naturally. Because a lot of us, at least many people, choose to practice the other way, and I totally agree. Like, the reason why I'm doing this is to try to write these things, but I don't think it's too necessary to know what it is. Like, reading it is definitely, reading and being able to like sound it out is pretty nice. Writing is very I feel like writing is still extra. It's fun though. I think it's fun. I don't think any of these so far are dissatisfying. I think Densha is pretty dissatisfying. I don't like the way Densha's look, and maybe Mainichi. Yeah, for now we're writing from memory, but I like that Duolingo doesn't introduce, as much as I want kanji to be like thrown in my face. Since I'm trying to write them, it's actually okay if they stick with like 1 or 2 kanji each unit, because it's very difficult to output writing at the pace. Yeah, yes, I find I only have a certain amount of time to study each day. Yeah, and then you have to pick up which, yeah, you want to spend your time doing, and writing is not something. Yep, exactly, Greg. So be pragmatic about it, right? I have quite a lot more time, relatively speaking, and I'm doing this not every day anymore. In the beginning, I used to do it quite often, but even I found that this is extra. It would be kind of nice if it becomes secondhand, but it's still a lot faster getting input from kanji, so that at least facilitates a lot of pragmatic use. Writing, not so much. Typing is pretty good, because when you type it, right, you can see it after and say, oh yeah, that looks right. And then obviously you still can fall back on typing. Often involves domoji as well. They look good to me. Good to you. You can recognize all of them, so they can't be. Oh, that's good if you can recognize all of them. Because I'm surprised people haven't confused one for another yet. That's a bottom line right now. Oh no, wait. No, this isn't Konya. This is Atode. Oh, I totally messed up. Right? This is Atode. I might have said Konya, but this is Atode. No. Wait. Yes, this is Atode. My bad. I'm pretty sure I said Yoru for this one. This is not Yoru. This is Atode, as in later. Because I just remember what the ya in Konya is. I mean, it kind of has something similar in it. That's probably why I confused it. It's this. Yeah, so it has like this thing. Oh no, I think I screwed up. Hold up. I think that should be attached, right? Hold up. Yeah, this is Konya, or Yoru as a standalone. Yeah, like this. They're not really all that similar, actually. They're not. The only thing that threw me off was this bottom right hand radical. It's one extra stroke here, and there's a combination of things that deal with like night or day that has this radical that has either this thing or not this thing, and then it has this radical, bottom left hand radical at the same time. Yeah, this is Yoru. This is Yoru. which is also Konya. It's introduced as Konya first. Oh, and speaking of one that has a similar radical, I think wait, I think it needs to be slimmer. Hold up. Right. It's a little flaccid. I don't know which version I like. I like the flat version, but it's supposed to be a little flaccid. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry, children. This is Soto. I think I might have made the left side a little too edgy, but this is Soto. For outside or outdoors. I think the radical is okay, so this is Mae. I think it needs to be a little more compressed, but that's fine. Yeah, this is Mae. Front, or you can use some phrases for before. We'll get to grammar points later. And then the formal introduction of I like this version better, so we're gonna write it this way. This is Ima. Ima Kyo. There's this one is used a lot. Onya, meaning like all the different versions of like now, this. Yeah. Oh, I'm pretty sure some gross ones are coming up. Oh wait, I just realized. Hold up. I don't know the stroke order of this. So wait, it's probably like. This is supposed to be Yasui. Yeah, so this radical is still the same. Yeah, same radical. Oh. Nah, it's not that close. Okay, never mind. I'm taking a better look at all these. My Soto looks weird. Well. Oh, you're right. Hold up. I know why it looks weird. It's not supposed to be connected. I don't think this stroke is supposed to be connected to the other stroke. And sometimes I guess it could be like a little, it's like this, but actually there's a slight over, it's kind of slightly going out, and this stuff is kind of slightly overlapping too, like sticking out a little. They're not actually perfectly flushed most of the time. Yeah, but that last stroke was weird. That's the best I got. I don't know if I'm not gonna look at it here. Not yet. This one's cursed. I have a hard time with this one. This one's really cursed. Gosh. Oh gosh. Someone save me. Oh, that's good enough. It's supposed to be Mon, as in 10,000. Mon. It's a bit cursed. It's cursed because of the stroke order. Yeah, that's good enough. We'll make it edgy. It looks like an edgy Mon. It's fine. Edgy Mon. Sounds like the competitor to Digimon and Pokemon. I think you reversed the last two strokes on that's fine. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so I know what you mean now. It does look that makes sense. So it's yeah, makes sense. This one's not close enough. Yeah, formal protest to this stroke order. Also this one. Formal protest to this stroke order as well. Like from an artistic standpoint. Also, yeah, like from an artistic standpoint, I don't like this stroke order. Like, dude, heck, it's so toxic. Why not, like, if you kept it connected, you have like a point of reference, right? But instead they go with this. Heckin' this. Oh my gosh, you have to like make it float. It always looks okay, that's fine. We're gonna keep it there. I'm done with Mon. To heck with Mon, okay? To heck with Mon. We're not that's it. Oh no, this one. Okay, we finally got to the one that I kind of dread. I kind of dread this. I don't really know. How do I do this one? I have the image in my head. I think the purpose is to flow into the next character when writing vertically, but not very useful now. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, vertical writing. Yeah, you know what? That's what we're gonna do next time. Next time we're gonna float vertically. I haven't actually wrote it in the sense of like pretending, like feeling my hand going downward. I don't know. That's a different perspective. I like that. I draw from left to right, even when I'm drawing, right? When I'm drawing, say like you're doing things, I would do like scans, right? I would go this way. I'd be scanning this way. I haven't considered doing it this way. Like as I'm thinking about things, I'm not thinking in the sense of going down this way and then going towards that direction. Or actually, is it not even that? Is it the other direction? Now that I think about it, they go from right to left, right? So I can't even think about drawing things from like this direction, like heading towards this while going downward. It makes sense though. I mean, if I think about it, when you're drawing an object, you're gonna add verticality to it to some extent. I don't know. I'm making stuff up. I don't really know that much about drawing either. All right, this is the nightmare one. I think we're gonna try out like, let's see. It's like, yeah, this is a nightmare. Maybe like, okay, that's all I got. We're leaving this. It doesn't matter. This is the best I've got. I don't even know. You know what? I don't even know if this is extended. It might be actually. So like, there. That's all. That we're no talk. No one make a comment. We're moving on. Of all the things to make the kanji for this, that's what I think it is. For house, this is ie, right? Ie. Okay. Ie also had paired up with, oh wow, that's too fat. That's a little girthy yen, and right. Wow, why did I make it so girthy? Okay. Why are you still so girthy? Okay. We got N, casual. Okay. This one kind of sucks too. It's the sen in sensei, right? Although there's also other things like senshu for like last stuff. So senshu, sengetsu, etc. Going backwards is actually really hard. When I think about it, I should be going forward. Last time I went, the last 3 times I went from the earliest to the latest. Going backwards is kind of tough. Okay. And not doing the full thing is kind of tough too. Right, this is shoe. I think the next one is ashita. We're avoiding the he. Don't worry about it. It'll all make sense. I think we're done. These are technically all the new ones. Yeah, these are all the new ones in section 3. Pretty sure. So, 毎日、昨日、週末、上、電車、ご飯、乗ります。後で、車、帰る。Or 帰ります。Sure. We'll use the mas form. 帰ります。住んでいます。左、右、大学。今夜 or 夜。 soto, mae, ima, yasui, man, ie, en, sen, in sensei. Actually, sen hasn't been used standalone, so sensei, shumatsu, and ashita. Shu is used all over the place, so gotta pick one. We gotta pick our favorites. Okay, so you know what? Since we've done, I don't know if I want to travel backwards again. Traveling backwards is tough. Let's like start at the start from reset my mind to beginning, right? Beginning. What are the beginning ones? Those are our first three. that I can remember without a doubt. Ichi ni san, right? That is without a doubt. And then wait. Oh, Yamaguchi. And oh wait. Okay. Right. Hanaka and then Nakayama. So those are the three, right? Yamaguchi, Tanaka, Nakayama. You just did a big sin? You bought a Google Chromebook? I hope it's less than $100. A Google Chromebook. I didn't think Google was still making those. Huh. Alright, so I'm really under practice now. So these ones are gonna look like pretty meh. Let's see. Let's see how meh these look. Right. Is this longer? We'll do it like this. So watashi. You know, watashi. What's after watashi? Kyoto. Right. And then oops. No one saw that. And then sorry, did I say Kyoto? I mean Tokyo, sorry. Tokyo, then Kyoto. Using the same middle kanji. So Tokyo, Kyoto. I think that's the only two places that have kanji to this day. Right, and then Nihon, right? Nihon. And then that is where they introduced the he, they're like this left kanji, and it's used like 8 billion times everywhere else. So these are the first times. Also Right? Chichi, Chichi, then it becomes Otosan. And then, oops. Ugh. Right. And then we have haha, which becomes Okasan. I think that was the only time. Those are the only two instances when we use those. Pretty sure we get, then we get the rest of the numbers. So we only got 1 through 3. Then we learned, that's awful. Let me do that again. That's fine. It's good enough. Right. Yon, go, roku, and nana. I was really thinking I'd do this a little quicker, but nope. Mimas. Close enough. Yomu. Right. I think afterwards was G for o'clock. I think this is where we also get the rest of our numbers. Please. Wait, you know what? Let's do it this way. Oh, wait. Yeah. Right? Oh, don't tell me it's vertical first. Is it vertical first? I know this is not the most important thing, but is it vertical first or is it horizontal first? I feel like it's vertical first. No, maybe it's horizontal first. Yeah, what's Jew? Is it vertical first or horizontal first? That's hard. That's a 50-50 for me. It's straight down the middle, so I feel like it's horizontal first. Gabriel, yeah, Gabriel, I don't know. The important here is it vertical or horizontal first? Whoa, I drew, wow, I wrote, alright, it's fine. So when we got time, we also got Paulapu. We got Paulapu. Wait, is it further wide? No, I think it's closer to the top. This looks okay. We got Han, which is 30. You just write a plus sign? Yeah, but if you wrote a big plus sign, did you do the horizontal stroke first or the vertical stroke first? Because typically when I draw a plus sign, I draw the vertical stroke first, as opposed to the horizontal one. Because vertical strokes are more consistent with my wrist movement. You draw the horizontal first? Yeah, so we still don't know. We still don't know. Okay, we're running out of space. I need to write smaller. Okay, Hurui. Hurui. Right? Right? Yeah, I think so. Right? Wait. Yeah. This is Atarashi. Furui Atarashi. It's close enough. Yaku. Zen. Or Sen. Sen. Well, in the stroke order, you draw it just like first, then the... Okay, so you do horizontal and then vertical. Okay, fair enough. Horizontal, then vertical. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Yeah, so my natural tendency is to do it in the opposite stroke order. Yeah. We have... Oh, my Mizu is terrible. We can try again. Maybe? Yeah, that's not quite. Maybe... Yeah, that's close enough. My water is not too hot. Mizu. Mizu. Oki. Chisai. Right. No, that doesn't look familiar, Gabriel. Uh, kaimasu. What's after kai? Wait. Doyobi. Yeah. We don't need the B. We already have the B. And then oh wait. Right. Hanashimasu. Which was recently used in denwa shimasu or denwa suru. Or denwa in general. And we know this is the kanji for earth, but doyobi. You know, we haven't used this one outside of these. Do you use the first, like the left and right radical, but not so much this thing in the middle. I think it's like this, right? In Shinbun. I haven't used version. There's a variant of it, but it's off kan. Which we'll get to in a little bit. What's after? I think kan. We have 2 more predicate ones. So Sabemasu. You know a lot of kanji, but you don't remember how to write 90% of them. That's understandable. I think Greg expressed the same thing. Yeah, that's very understandable. I don't expect to continue doing all of the kanji. Since it's pretty limited right now, I know less than 100 kanji, like less than 100 unique kanji. I still find it's reasonable to write all of them. So it's not too bad right now, but I don't expect myself to continue doing this. Just like my vocabulary. The first 25 days, I recited almost all the vocabulary words, just using English as the facilitator. And then by day 50, I tried again, and then day 75, I didn't. By like the 3rd quarter, I only review the 3rd quarter of stuff, or I focused on reviewing the 3rd quarter of stuff. And then this one, I'm also doing just the last 25 days, or last 20, excluding the review days, but the last 25 days. Because much like most things, it's probably ingrained in some way, and it's unrealistic to keep up the stuff if you're not using them, right? So a lifestyle choice is not to suddenly see a tree and then write a key on a piece of paper. So I do air write sometimes. So like tabemasu, like the way I'm doing it right now is I'm writing it in my head and then trying to reproduce it on the canvas, and it doesn't quite go up. That's so strange. That's so strange. That is like in Japanese. Oh, that's the word like. I see. An easier way to write. That looks like the same character they used for. Yeah, to do that, use that first, then that's the stroke order. For Chinese, I suppose. For Mandarin. Yeah. Because the stroke order I use, I'm pretty confident. It's the stroke order. Actually, oh no. No, I might have messed up the last stroke order now that I think about it. Yeah, when you said that right, down. Oh no, it's not. That's not the stroke order for this. That's that looks like a stroke order for Mandarin then. At least that's not the stroke order that I recall. I'm pretty confident of the stroke order on that one. Perhaps I'm misremembering. Whoops. This left radical is shared between a recent word. Wait. Yeah. That doesn't... That... I mean, it looks okay. A little high up. That's good enough. Supposed to be nomimasu. Supposed to be nomu. Are you learning the stroke orders systematically by remembering the general rules, or you do remember each stroke? I'm both. I'm learning the stroke orders and I'm forming the observations myself because I prefer to learn systematically based on my own memory. So the way I remember stroke orders is by observing doing the stroke orders, and I'm forming the general rules myself. So then I'm developing a feel and an intuition based on my preferences. So far, whenever it fails me, you'll probably hear me say like, I don't have a general rule for this yet, so we're gonna go for it. So almost, I would say 90% of the time when I see a new kanji, the general rules are the general rules. They'll come up when I start studying kanji. So you don't have to study general rules in order to understand the general rules. You kind of deductively come up with the general rules yourself as well. So that's kind of like, what is a good analogy for this when learning? Oh, it's how people use Duolingo. If you're not a person who picks up patterns and then try to adapt rules to those patterns, then you're effectively someone that may want to look up general rules first. It's kind of like learning Japanese before learning grammar. I learned Japanese before learning grammar because if I know the grammar, it creates complacency. Like, oh yeah, well this doesn't obey this grammar rule. Oh wait, this is an exception to this grammar rule. So I'm working harder to remember things, right? Because you're remembering them individually, and then you're naturally developing the general rules as you're going. And then after a certain amount of time, something comes up, then I look up the general rules. And general rules include grammar. Grammars are considered general rules. So, you know, when you see, oh yeah, we saw day being associated with this many times, and I'm like, it probably has something to do with the means by which you travel, right? That's how Duolingo teaches. Duolingo gives you a bunch of patterns, and those patterns are either going to change, or they're going to minorly change, or they're going to stay the same, and then they're going to interchange the vocabulary. But that's kind of how I'm learning kanji too. That's how I learned drawing as well. I don't study art and learn the general rules of art. I look at art and find a thing that I like, and then I do the art and then explain it later. I talked about this a little bit yesterday. I need enough knowledge to get going, and then I continue to do something until I need more knowledge. So you do stuff, you do something, gain more knowledge, you do stuff, gain more knowledge. So until I hit like a roadblock where I see something that my output is just being wonky, then I go for explainers. So it's kind of the whole idea of like self-correcting. It's great to be able to self-correct. However, sometimes you stop observing things when you know the general rules, right? You know how the universe works, so therefore you stop being concerned with the things that can be explained by those rules. And that's okay. So right now, I did go over the general rules though. So I read a bit of general rules regarding stroke order for kanji, but I didn't try to remember them. Because I already know them by that time. It's kind of like grammar rules too. Like, oh yeah, that explains all the stuff in Duolingo. Awesome. So after something comes up enough, I'm like, okay, that must be probably the reason why this is it. And then you go like off to the internet and look like, oh yeah, hey. Or, oh wow, I was way off the mark, right? But I don't commit them to memory. Those rules are rules because they'll come up a lot. So definitely, in my opinion, I personally do not spend time. I have stroke order rules ingrained into me. Yeah, like boxes. Exactly. Boxes, you're like, oh, that's a box. And Mike, I don't even remember how I used to draw boxes though. Like, that's the crazy part. Oh, I know. Wait. Yeah, see, I don't even remember how to draw boxes anymore. Like the way I drew boxes before this stroke order, right? Before doing it this way. I'm pretty sure I did this. When I draw, I'm pretty sure I enclosed things like this back then. When someone asked me to draw a square, right? Or even this way, actually. I might actually draw squares this way, because I start with left to right movements. Up, these are my superior movements. So left to right, up to down, and then left to right again, up to down. And the reason why I skip this order is because this is contiguous the whole time around. So like when you're drawing connected lines, I'm always at the point that I left off, right? And then because I'm terrible with right to left, I go from left to right to connect. And then I go from a point of connection and right to down. So my priorities are always left to right, top to bottom, and then connected before disconnected. That's how I draw when I'm drawing like images and stuff, right? That's how I draw. But now, because of the way the stroke order is, this has become okay. So that also means I can't wait to start drawing again, because I'm curious how writing kanji has impacted my ability to draw. Like I can't even express how difficult it was to like do this, going from right to left at a slope. That's awful. Like, I don't do that. The most I also shared with other people, the most natural stroke that I make ever in an image is this. This is my most natural stroke. And it's like the same as when you look at like your Procreate programs and stuff, you know, your brush strokes. Like, what is the classical stroke to demonstrate curvature, speed, density, and taper of your brush thing on digital? It's this brush stroke right here. This is the classic brush stroke. So like you can do things like, right? You can go, ooh. So it gets small, it gets fast, it gets thicker. So like here, I was going slow, but I was lightly. Here, I was going slow, but I pressed down. Here, I went fast and pressed down. And then I lift very rapidly, so there's no taper. And then different brush strokes and stuff has that, right? Like this. Right? There's a lot of different ways, and digital art kind of tries to mirror your different textures, right? Like you can do this, right? So all of these things are in with this writing. So if you try to write with this pen in this program, it's probably not going to look like this. There's, in my opinion, there's far more that goes into making like a kanji look like the stuff you see. So oftentimes I try not to concern myself with too much. If I can read it, then it's my own. So that's kind of nice. Like you could definitely offset this with using, if you use a fine liner. Oh, this is gonna look terrible as a fine liner. Actually, I lied. It doesn't look that bad. You can see the difference, right? So these are two different pens. This one has less taper than the one I'm currently using. So whenever someone thinks about handwriting, you could be a great, like, you could have like great handwriting. But if you're trying to mirror certain things, you have to also understand what type of like utensil they used. A lot of times the thing about kanji, the thing about taper, the kanji is you need tapers. Like lots of like pictorial Asian language, the image you're seeing is a brush. It's like something with taper, and then it has to take into account speed and strength, like how hard you're writing. So you could do things like, right? Right, like you could do it very slowly, and that's fine and all, but it's not the same if you're writing it flowingly. I really love watching calligraphy back when I was younger, so I got really fascinated and into like cursive and all that stuff. And obviously, since I'm Chinese background, you get used to seeing a lot of depictions of different types of brushes in it, and it's fun to explore. I actually think if you like the Japanese language, if you like the Chinese language, it's worth exploring with the paint program, like a digital paint program, and drawing stuff. Like we're not talking about like hyper-realism, like drawing a sphere or something like that. We're talking about exploring how you make lines, right? So how do you make a line? How do you like how you make these different things? What is your hand like? It's the flow, it's the essence that you cannot really appreciate without actually doing it. And you don't need to do it to understand the Japanese language, and obviously you don't need to be a pro to be able to write a kanji that someone else can read. However, it's a fun little exercise, and these things are the reasons why I still draw to this day. There's something pretty magical about outputting, even if you're not comprehending it. I understand how that sounds when it comes from a language learning perspective. Lots of people keep pushing the whole idea is like, it's input, you only output when you're ready. Like, yeah, I get it. But sometimes output leads to other types of input that doesn't relate to your current thing. So my love for kanji is not because I like the Japanese language. I just, to be super fair, I like the Japanese language. It adds to my interest in kanji, but it is because of drawing and using your hand and outputting and, you know, that kind of mechanical stuff that makes kanji, it elevates my interest in writing kanji. Most people don't have that interest, so they don't write kanji. They like the way the kanji looks, but I kind of like the way the kanji feels. Or I like to feel the kanji. It's kind of the weirdest way to say it. Sorry, kids. Sorry. I like the way these characters feel. Some characters I don't like the way they feels. You know, like Heckin Mon. I don't like the way Mon feels. But man, there are some characters. Ooh, Shu. Shu is ripe. Shu is great. Personal. Still can't top Shu. It even looks like a snail for real though. It looks like a snail or a turtle, but I think of this more like an antenna, so it's more like a snail. But anyways, we gotta get refocused. I don't know how many kanji we have so far. We're supposed to reach like 80, somewhere around 80. We have this thing as a standalone. This is technically a radical that shows up a lot, but for this one, it's a toiimasu, like my name is, kind of thing. Which you could see this like as a slimmer radical in a lot of things that deal with speaking or language or something that deals with a voice or to be called or saying something, uttering something like this right here. It's technically the same thing, but like we need to be a little bit more generous. It's like, I get to stretch now. You know, get to stretch out. No longer have to share space with another radical. Because this guy slimmed down, man. This guy had to slim down to make space for the other radicals. Alright. Let's keep going. I was expecting to finish this in an hour, which obviously didn't happen. Let's see. We have... Yeah. Right. Iku. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah, no. No, wrong directions. Wrong directions. I need my eraser. Wrong directions. I'm thinking of something else. I'm combining two. It's Yeah, that looks a little better. Yeah. Wrong directions. So, yeah, ikimasu and kimasu together. That's how they do be rolling. It's good enough. Close enough. Right? Close enough. We gotta book it. Am I running out of space? I'm not just writing anything anywhere at this point. I was telling myself that I would be a little bit more organized about this. But oops. Oh yeah, see, I went back to my, oh wait. Yeah, wait. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, why am I making you so tall? Chill, chill. I need space. Oh, now I'm just overcompensating in size. Dang it. Dang it! Ah, it's fine. It's fine. Which is correct. No one sees it. Oh my goodness. It's fine. It's fine. It's good enough. So we have like Jikan. Jikan is where that's coming from. Right? Nani? Nani, this one's usually pretty terrible. Standalone boxes are pretty terrible. When I had to draw like 2 boxes. That's good enough. That's Kaima. Takai. Oh, we gotta squeeze in. We gotta squeeze in here. Move aside. Have... Yeah, that looks right. Yasumi, but Yasumi and Yasumimas and others. Got counter, right? This is also a common radical to the left of things. Lots of things that have that. But that's our counter for month. Oh, wait. Okay. Wait. Is it like... Okay. I think I remember how this goes. It's like... No, wait. Like something like this. I think this is close enough. So this I don't know if this is one stroke. No, I feel like this is two strokes. And I think they both attach to the top. So something like this. I'm just that's close enough. It's supposed to be a mono, like kai mono, and nomimono, and tabemono. That's close enough. So this is aimasu. Au. Au is introduced with the other day of the week that kind of looks reminiscent of the stroke order. Oh no. Is it? I think it's. Oh no. I don't know the stroke order of this. Let's say that's not right. That doesn't feel right. Oh, wait. Does that feel right? I almost feel it's this. Then this. Oh, wait. No, wait. I think I'm missing a stroke, right? Hold up. Then this. Yeah, that looks right. Yeah, this is Kinyobi. The keen in Kinyobi. Yeah. It's like something feels like it's missing. These little like stroke guys. Wait, are they in the right order? Are they in the right direction? No. Wait. No, that's not right. Hold up. No. I got it. I don't know if that's the right stroke order, but I think it's this. This is what it looks like. Because these guys are not supposed to be. These guys are supposed to be chilling at the bottom. Yeah. That's Kinyobi. Not sure about the stroke order on that one. I feel like that's the one, though. What do we have left? We know that the right side of this is ki. So Yasumi. So ki eventually stands alone. The one tree to stand alone. Oh no. I remember. I remember two. Oh, this one's gonna be tough. Honestly, this one has continued to look unnatural, like really awful. And I still don't know if I'm doing the stroke order properly either. So I don't know, something like that. It's forked. I always wondered in characters, does he got to mean the same thing as the ashta when they are split apart? Yeah, I think they do. When they split apart, so like you're talking about like when a kanji gets squatted together, right? So Oh, you mean like if they were written next to each other, as opposed to like, for example, if we split these two up, right? If we split these two up and just wrote next to each other, do they mean the same thing, or can they mean the same thing? Because this right here is actually this, but it's scrunched together. Yeah, it's scrunched together, and I don't know. Sometimes it does, though. What I mean is sometimes the radicals could tell you something about the meaning of it, but not all the time. Like, for example, whenever this panel, the panel that you were talking about, the he panel for day, when it stands alone, this is o'clock. So it's like a radical next to something about the day, right? So time of day or o'clock or something. At least that's how I interpret it. But then you have this, right? Then you have like Nihon. This is Japan, but it still has this this is a standalone. Like, it's not, these are two separate kanji, right? So this is not day as a standalone next to book. So this is day and book next to each other. So the radical on the right, if it stands alone, is a book. So I don't know. It's too difficult for me to, I don't have enough sample size to ascertain anything, any rhyme or reason. Sometimes it's like, oh yeah, so this is the radical for day and this is the month, so it's got to do something with time. But this is the kanji. When you add it next to this, it means late. It means tomorrow. This is ashita, which is tomorrow. Well, this is the day. That kind of makes sense. And then somehow this means tomorrow, but this is the radical as a standalone means month, or it can mean month. It's the counter for month, but you know. Again, I have limited knowledge, but there's really, sometimes it's like, oh yeah, it has something to do with time, but that's as specific as you can get or something like that. And then you have something like this, which is ima. And then when you attach ima to a lot of things, it refers to in the moment, at least like this, now. So ima alone is now, right? Then you have, when you put ima next to like this, the reading changes, by the way, but if you put ima next to shu, like if you add these two together, these two, you get konshu, which is this week. So now plus week is this week, right? So that's like, yeah, it makes sense. One thing I have to make a comment about is that since we're learning natural languages, right? Japanese is a natural language, right? Whenever we think about like grammar, structure, general rules, right? This is after a natural language has been developed. A lot of times when we're trying to constantly hyper focus on grammar, structure, and general rules or patterns, we're thinking more of a constructed language, like a conlang. But these are natlangs, right? These are natural languages. So the rules are general because over time they might have changed here and there, and then all the exceptions might become a separate rule, and then that's kind of how I take it most of the time. So whenever I'm learning a language, I try to balance between naturally learning it and constructive learning it. So from time to time I look up grammar when I want to, or patterns when I want to, like if anyone else notice more patterns than I do, that kind of thing. And then naturally learning it, which is to accept the fact that things are not consistent because they're natural languages. English will be most definitely one of the poster childs for considering what a natural language is. Because English, the more chaotic it is, it's a representation of how the language is used naturally to adapt to whatever circumstances, right? Japan, though, right? Japanese has a lot of conservative rules and patterns because it's nice. It's allocated to a specific group of people. The more influential the literal languages, like the more applicable the languages, it's gonna evolve, it's gonna change naturally, right? And rules, the people who change the rules might not be the people who abide by the old rules. So that's kind of how I feel about Japanese. Japanese is really neat. It presents a really different learning experience than English. Like, yes, I can't relearn English anymore, but I can almost certainly say, which some people ask, would it be the same if, like, is it just as hard or just as easy? You know, that question where, is it just as hard if Japanese people learn English? And no, it's a double standard. Or it's not a double standard, but it's more like contextually knowing how much natural a language is, like how much influence, how many influences are being placed on the language. And English itself has a lot of influences, right? Anyone that can speak English that represents a large enough group is likely going to infuse influence on English. Meanwhile, in Japan, because of the super strict adherence and like the beauty of Japanese culture, most people embrace and assimilate the Japanese rules as opposed to naturally developing separations of the rules. So for example, if I go to South America, not South America, Southern United States, the rules flex. They're going to bend, right? Because there's enough people there to naturally develop other natural rules, you know, in it. For the UK, no, I'm just kidding. That's such a bad. So like ain'ts, us, everywhere, they naturally occur. So we have to keep in mind that Japanese is also still a natural language. The nice part about Japan, though, is it's a very closed system still, and any foreigners are embracing that closed system. So you still get fun, wonderful, coherent rules, right? Generalized rules like, oh yeah, well, most of the time, the general rule is that some kanji carries their meaning as radicals. In English, those Roman characters carry zero meaning. Like, you can't possibly create a pattern. You might be able to come up with some generalized rules nowadays, and they're still useful for beginners, for English. But man, does it always feel like it's a one-to-one, right? Like if you think of suffixes, like things that still kind of hold on are like suffix and prefixes, which is the closest thing I can think of when it comes to like radicals. Like when you think of like something that carries its meaning and it stays represented the same or similar, things like non, right, or im, or what's a suffix like shun, right, or shun. Sorry, terrible. But these things like non, im, like impossible, or nondescript, like suffixes and prefixes are the closest thing probably that kind of, in my opinion, off the top of my head, makes it feel like a radical. Like if you add shun to the end of something, it kind of looks like it's nominalizing it, and like diction, right? Depiction as opposed to like depict. and then you add shun to the end, it normalizes depict, the verb to depict. And that's kind of neat, but man, all those rules just go by the wayside, really though. I think that's what's really unique about Japanese, where you can still describe rules. It's really refreshing. It's elegant almost. And when you're online and watching YouTube and stuff, that comparison is generalizably made very commonly between like simplified Chinese, Japanese, and English. Like, dude, why does English not have X, Y, and Z? Dude, why does our words have this and that and this and, you know, that kind of thing? Why can't it be elegant and concise and have generalized rules? And then when you start learning Japanese, you realize, okay, well, yes and no. You can kind of feel it, but at the same time, Japanese is also a natural language. So its rules do not stay static. And different generations will marry it. Imagine trying to get rules for katakana. I don't even... Do people have rules? Generalized rules for katakana? Because I'm kind of curious. Because if they're borrowed words, like... What do you generalize to? So far, all these kanji is great because the kanji is strictly hiragana. Most of the time, there are categorical exceptions like animals and stuff for sure, but these words, right, have lots of rule meanings because they're kind of older in the system than it is if we start writing all the katakana words like duragustoa. I don't know what the generalized rule for duragustoa. One generalized rule would be like using ooze, all the different versions of ooze, to get a silent ending. That's what duragstoa will come out with, right? So the gu, right? The gu in front of drug, right? Gu, they use all U's. That would be a generalized rule to get the ending consonant for English words, English things. So you can still say things like this, which is fine. But English, you might be thinking, well, that's cool. Is that true for English? No, it's not. No, English words, like, sometimes this is pronounced, sometimes it's not. So for drug happens to be one of the words that the consonant is being pronounced. But then you have a katakana word like, I'll write down the domaji. So, pureze. So, purezen, right? Purezen. This is present. I use this example a lot because it's Duolingo. It's for this is not for present. It's for presentation. But in English, you don't pronounce the T most of the time. Like in American English, a lot of people do not say present. They say present. So the little rule about putting in like a U, or an O at the end breaks down because English is influenced by multiple accents. So I say present. I buy a present for my friends. But a lot of people around me do not pronounce T's at the end. So when you're trying to think of the rules, I think Japan, this is why I think that Japanese katakana aren't loan words. They're adopted words. And what I mean by that is they are permanently adopted in the sense that Japanese people are making their own version of the word because it's very difficult to capture the consistent pronunciation of English words since the English words themselves don't have consistent pronunciation. So how does that relate to characters? Well, the characters embody sound in Japanese. Meanwhile, in English, the sound is sometimes optional. It's not attached to any form of meaning. So any of those depictions and those words and those characters don't carry any distinct meaning or varying like any sound rules, and it's kind of a headache. Honestly, I would love to. I need to listen to more people learning English. That's kind of what I'm so fascinated now. I think my fondness of Japanese is making me feel like it's making me feel very interested in seeing the opposite side of the coin, right? The same coin. Anyways, thanks for sharing that observation or question. I don't know. It would be cool to hear what other people think. Tamago is also introduced with sakana. So yes. Which I think you'll recognize this kanji, by the way. I think it's the same for Chinese, right? For fish. I think this is the old character. I think this is the traditional character, and as opposed to the simplified one. I think the simplified one is not this. We're gonna start learning Mandarin, by the way, after this. I forgot. We should really keep moving. Yeah, it should be the traditional for fish. Yes. So we get another day of the week. Wait. I don't remember the stroke order of this. No, I think this is stroke order. Whatever. It's fire. This is fire too, which is also the Mandarin fire, I think. Ka is the... in Kaiobi is how this is introduced. I don't think I've been introduced to fire itself, so I have no idea. We're running out of space. All right, let's go. Kai. We have the counter for floor. Kai, which is this way. And then no, wait. Yeah. No. I don't know. We'll just guess that. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, I know. I know what no, there's something. No. There's something wrong with this one. I think it's... maybe it's like more angled. Like that? I think this is close enough. It kind of looks like hi. There might be. I'm not sure about this one here and then this one here. I'm not sure. Okay. The next one's kind of tough, I think. Pretty sure it's kakimasu, to write. The good news is most of the strokes is from left to right. So wait, I think this stroke stops right here. And then yeah. Yeah. That kind of looks right. Guys? Yeah. Yeah. I think this is fine. I don't know. I think I don't know if I'm missing a stroke. Like maybe there's like a downstroke on the second half, but I think that's kakimasu. It's correct? Oh, okay. Oh, it's book in... Oh, that's interesting. This is book? Huh. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, this is write. I use this kanji to express write. Like to write something. And then Skurimas is still very similar to a later one too. It uses very similar radicals. Why can't I draw a vertical line? So Skurimas. This is to make. Okay. I still don't know we're even getting close yet to I still can think of stuff. We're getting pretty close. Right is... Oh wow, that looks substantially different. I can't wait to... Okay. I know how this sounds, but I truly believe this. I look forward to getting things confused when I learn Mandarin. Because to me, when I'm confused, I'm more engaged. I'm more motivated to work harder. So whenever Gabriel, you're already teasing me with all these like Mandarin things, like, oh, like this kanji actually means something else in Mandarin, my thought immediately is like, oh, I can't wait to figure out how I'm gonna try to remember those things. I think that's the most entertaining part. Things are not fun when it's all expected, but it's fun when you get confused, at least in my opinion. I know how other people feel. Like you don't think the numbers are correct? Yeah, the numbers are correct for sure. Yeah, thanks to Mahjong, the numbers are most definitely correct. Like when you play when I play Mahjong in across the world, around the world, it's the same. For some reason, everything else is different. Yeah. It's also true for katakana, by the way, Gabriel. I don't know if you noticed, but not all the katakana translates things. Only like actual items that are like IP oriented are correct. I think the expression that they're using aren't actually the same. Like for example, even things like konbani, like, you know, konbani, like there are a lot of things that are subjected to cultural differences. So like loan words themselves take on a life of their own, which I feel that's why katakana should be treated, in my opinion, should be treated as adopted words. Because when you go to Japan and you say something like imaji, for image, it might not mean the same thing as imaji, image, in English anymore. So it actually doesn't. So imaji means representation, which thanks to a very viral influencer, I didn't realize that. So if I heard imaji, I would think it's an image, but it doesn't mean image anymore. It means representation. So, and then Duolingo always like to introduce like half and half. So I'm always curiously asking the question, is this what they mean? Like, does orange mean orange? So orange mean orange, or does it mean the color orange, or does it mean the fruit orange? I know how that sounds, but there's other different oranges. So I think that's one of the wonderful things about language and adoption. That's the same as saying, like, you go to the United States and a Japanese person realizes they went to a sushi, right? A sushi place, like a sushi no, I don't know, sushiya, right? A sushi restaurant. And they see like something that they don't consider as sushi, right? But the idea is that in the United States now, they have adopted the word sushi, and that word has naturally started including other things. Much like when you go to Japan and you say furaido chicken, that is different from furaido chicken. Like fried chicken in Japan is not necessarily, you're not to expect that is referring to the same thing anymore. It becomes naturally married by their adoption of the word, right? And I think it's so fun to be confused. I know how most people they don't like to embarrass themselves, and Japanese people obviously don't like to embarrass themselves and they want to know everything. But for me, life is so exciting because even if you think you know a lot and you get surprised, it's so fun. So every time I'm learning Duolingo, when a new katakana word comes up, I'm like, do they really mean that though? When they say popcorn, do they mean popcorn, or do they mean like some sort of different Japanese corn that's being popped? Here's one which we're gonna go over. It's one of the vocabularies. Satsumaimo, which is sweet potatoes. And Lotus immediately caught on to my, like, I thought it's not yams. They're not talking about yams. Do not, like, if you go and learn in a way, you're like, oh, satsumaimo, it's gonna be something like sweet potatoes, and then you're gonna find something a little different. To me, they're very different. In my opinion, the sweet potato that they're referring to, they're not referring to the same thing. So I think that's pretty cool. It's not about, like, to me, authenticity and inspiration, derivation, they take on a life of their own. And that's kind of how I think language is going to be for me. Kan means between in Chinese, but in Japanese it means while. Oh yeah, kan. I have no idea. I didn't realize. This one I didn't know standalone. The only context I know this one is hours. In the context of hours. And then also the fun thing about, you said it means in between. Naka for me is being used as in between, or inside of, or like within something. And then there's also middle. Middle is It's a word that I don't have kanji for yet. Like middle seat. I don't have the word for that yet. The kanji. Let me look at the kanji for middle. Oh wait, it does have naka in it though. Yeah, it does have naka in it. Yeah, mannaka. Yeah. So it does have, but it's attached to something else. Oh, and that's middle in Chinese? Okay, well, yeah. There you go. But not in between. Interesting. In between. I wonder what in between is. Hold up. Let me look. Between. Going from... No, that's not what we're looking for. Between. Between meals? No. How do you express between? I still don't know how to express between. Okay. Uchi. Sure. Not too much. Like, I don't know. Maybe later. Maybe later I'll be able to make comment on between. We're almost done. I'm pretty sure we're close to the end, so of all the characters. I still remember Hito. Pretty sure this is the same character in and wait. Yeah, no, we're good. Right. Nen yeah, Nen Sei. So we still have Sei, which is right, Nensei. This was introduced as school year. Oh boy. Here comes the horse. Right, we gotta know how to do horse. It's horse, and then yeah. This is oh wait. Wait, did I miss it? I missed a stroke. I missed this. My bad. I missed a stroke. It's fine. We fixed it. I missed a stroke. Don't worry about it. It was the yeah, I missed a third stroke. Yes. Yeah, third stroke. Yep. Okay. And then this is Eki. Adding this radical to this horse is Eki. So we still got... We're close. I know we're close. Oh no. Wait. Hold up. Wait. No. That's fine. Oh, okay. This is Mae. Oh no, not Mae. Ame. Ame. Rainy or rain. This is Kawa, which is river. Whoop. Use the same stroke order to write that and that. Oh, I see. Let's see. Hang on. We need a tally. Okay, 3. Right. Yeah, that's all of them. Yeah. That's all of them. Or I might have double counted. I was expecting somewhere really, really close to 90, and I counted 89. So I think this is it. I'm pretty sure I have somewhere around 89. So if I might have missed one or two, but that's fine. Oh, you mean Ie? The house? Yeah, dude, heckin' Ie. This took me a while. This took me a while. Heckin' EA is pretty nightmare. So what are the nightmare ones? I think Tamago is a nightmare. It still looks jank as heck. I'm just often not satisfied with Tamago. And I don't really like these things either, these little bracket things. At this one, this box is too big for Takai. Yeah, boxes are not my best friends, but they often look weird. The top part of this is too big. Yeah, these things, these little like bracket things, not too cool. Curvy things are nice. I like curvy things. Like Shu is by far easily one of my favorite. And this radical, this little like swirly radical and this little bracket radical is gonna come up a lot. I actually already seen a lot when I'm watching other content outside of Duolingo. I'm gonna see that a lot in the future. So getting used to writing all the radicals definitely help out. There's obvious radicals that I suck at, right? I think the worst radicals are these things. When you have to make pan like a window pane of things, and then you have to you have to like box it in. They look pretty mediocre all the time to me. I prefer things like this where it has like little strokes everywhere. Those are nice. And if all the kanji is completely connected. If they need spacing, I need grid paper or something to kind of like work out the spacing. Like Yama, the spacing is not quite right. So that's why it kind of looks a little bit weird. And then my spacing is not that great either. And then thing like nightmares like Densha or Den as in electricity, right? It's pretty gritty. Yeah, I think that's it. That's it for this section. How long did it take? It took over 2 hours. So we're kind of far behind. A bit far behind, but it's not bad. We can cut out some stuff. So now that we've done this part, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break so to refresh and change gears. All right, I'll be right back. Hello there, Carl. All right. Oh, which by the way, when you were talking about yeah, right? Yeah, Gabriel. When I was struggling a lot with this, so the way I typically like to imagine this is I counted all the intersection points. I don't know if you do this when you're looking at pictorial things, but I like to look at the form of reference where they all intersect. So because there's enough lines to form your intersect, I knew exactly where it was supposed to be. So like when I was drawing it, I made note of where all the lines were intersecting, and that's how I started with the yeah thing. Unfortunately, a lot of kanji, they don't intersect at all, and those ones are a lot tougher for me than things like this where they intersect. Because grid, it's basically like a built-in grid paper. The rough ones are like this. Like these are supposed to be, I think these need to be stretched out. Like there needs to be a little bit more space in between. So empty space is a lot more difficult for myself personally. Okay, so we did kanji, right? Kanji, our kana. Now let's switch up the color. What kind of color does this deserve? Okay, we're gonna switch to blue now. Okay, and it's everyone's favorite part because since day one, I believe the most asked portion is this word. It is the big G word, and it's grammar. Right? So I haven't done this yet. It's been over 100 days, and I haven't reviewed. The last 3 times we did these tentative takes, we have not covered grammar points. And this time, I'm going to make an attempt. They're in no specific order, and they're obviously, again, it's worth mentioning, it's not comprehensive, and it's not based on accuracy. It's based on how much I can recall and trying to be accurate. But the goal is not to be concerned with how comprehensive it is or how accurate it is. Right? These summaries are largely trying to find out where I am on my progress. It's a progress report. It's like taking a test, but no one's grading you. So you're trying to be your harshest critic, right? In retrospect. But you still have to take the tests first before you evaluate. So this is an exercise that I do on a monthly basis with everything else. Maybe like sometimes every 3 months, I self-evaluate. So I output things in order to gain, in order to measure where my progress is. Once again, if you really believe in the process of language learning that most people are saying, like input as much as you can forever for like 3 years and one day you'll be ready, that works fine. If you're willing to sacrifice, if you tell yourself, yeah, you can hold off outputting for 3 years or 4 years or maybe forever, and you can find the motivation to do so, that's fantastic, right? I am not that kind of person. Every 3 months, maybe every month, depending on like the rate of speed and whatnot. And then my life skills, every year, I output to figure out where it is currently so that I can change over time. I don't expect to jump into a method and hold to that method without reading out anything. So I vehemently disagree with the need and gold standard of, oh, just keep focusing on input on any of your skills and one day you naturally output something, especially with language learning. For me, I like to blend both. There's a certain amount of period of time I would engage in input, and a certain amount of frequency of output that informs how my input and what to do with my input. So just as a point of view, because grammar points, this is relevant to grammar points, especially grammar points. So many comments or things that people tell me is in retrospect. People already know these grammar points. So when they offer advice that's irrelevant to the progress, it's very difficult to determine the value of grammar points after the fact. So for me, when I learn grammar points, I observe something. If a grammar point is preventing me from reliably reproducing a pattern or a usage, or I need to liberate some resources, I go to grammar points. I go to rules. I go to simplification, because structure is most definitely considered an act of simplification, not an act of comprehensive understanding, in my opinion. A lot of times the mechanical use of grammar points is to remove lots of the nuance in order to ease the burden of accounting for all the nuance, right? General rules help the early learning process, because then you'll be prepared. You'll have a structure to not have to use up too much time, right? What is harder than learning one grammar point that teaches you about 20% of the grammar, like a sentence structure, than literally spending all that time and more learning all the different variances and deducing the structure, right? So I do a little bit of both. I do just enough to keep myself going, and then continue to do raw inputs by engaging myself in figuring out what the grammar point is, because that's part of the discovery process. I love that. So I like participating in things in ignorant bliss, using my observational skills to deduce things. And Duolingo makes me feel young again. That's what it was like to learn things as a kid. What was your point of reference when you learned as a kid? You had 0 point of reference other than perhaps your parents and your teacher. So everything outside of the things that they have, which are the structures, like grammar points. What if you ask a kid what is the most boring part of their daily life? They're gonna say school. Why is that? A lot of times it's because they provide all the structure. You don't need to work hard or be interested in it. It's provided for you. You have to do it as well. There are so many combinations of factors, so it takes a lot of discipline to be able to do that. Where did my discipline come from when I was in school? I brought in my own deductions. Like when I get into class, what do I want to learn on top of what the teacher is telling me? Like, yes, I get the information my teacher is spoon feeding me, but how do I make that into something that I can discover something else, right? Like if I'm learning science now, how do I apply that science to something else? Or how do I make a story about the science I learned today? That's kind of the idea. So grammar points, fair game. But the reality is, when you have grammar points, you're working less. So I try not to do it too often. I keep myself on my toes, like, oh yeah, but if you know all your grammar before you start, sometimes you don't even start after you learn all your grammar, right? Because then you'll be telling yourself, oh, I already know all the grammar in this. I don't need to study this stuff. I don't need to output and practice associating these things. And that's when you jump ahead. You have all the structure, but no foundational output. And that's kind of how I feel about all input versus no output and downplaying output. It works for some people, I would say. That's fantastic. I like to balance them out. it gives me motivation and discovery and whatnot, right? And then sometimes when I'm too tired, grammar points are kind of relaxing. Here we go. So another very common comment that has been made was the JLPT. So today I'm going to list as much as I can off the top of my head things that belong largely in N5, because where I am in Duolingo is largely still N5. There might be one or two things that I was reviewing. I actually prepared a bit for this part, as in I rehearsed it, looked through the list. I looked through the N5 list, and the N4 list is like very minimal N4. I saw like one thing that I kind of think I know, but most of these will be familiar to anyone who's competent in N5 grammar, right? So let's start with no like specific order. There's like no specific order. What is the first one off the bat? It's probably, and we're gonna use English now since we're done with our Japanese writing. The wa serving as a topic marker. That's all I'm gonna say. In the interest of time, concisely, wa as the topic marker, right? Has there been any exceptionally interesting use of wa so far? No, it's largely wa, the topic marker. And there was another person who hang out quite often that said their complaints about here's a thing to make a note of. It's a topic marker, and sometimes a topic marker can end up marking a subject. Okay, so that's a little bit of a side note that Duo may not clarify as much. So I'm writing also the observations of some of the things that are not clarified. And oftentimes this is dealing with the English word topic, the interpretation of the English word topic, and the English word subject. The question is, do you think subjects have topics or topics have subjects? That's why this, in my opinion, is one of the things that can create a potential confusion, which it's understandable. I personally did not find this confusing because coincidentally, my interpretation of the word topic and subject fall in line with how wa is functioning. So ask yourself if you flow with, go with the flow or go against the flow. And that's probably the first grammar point ever in Duolingo. In terms of branching off in terms of wa, we also have wa do desu ka, right? Signifying, it's a very useful phrase, right? Wa do desu ka? Like how about, right? Or how is, etc. That's something related to wa. Now, the next one would probably be, oh, I should start writing. Actually, just kidding. I guess as much as I want to do that, we're gonna have to do a combination of stuff. So let's right. Let's actually write some hirakana, because some of this could get a little confusing. So the next particle that you will probably come across in Duolingo is to. In this case, it's a conjunction or and, right? So sushi to ocha des. That's pretty much the second one. It's and I guess you could call it's a connector. It's a connecting. You're connecting stuff. Connecting particle. That the wa and to is one of the legitimately first two particles that you get. What is the next one? We'll probably say no in possession. No particular order anymore, because the beginning is pretty okay, the most recent is pretty okay, but now I don't know what's in the middle. So acting as a form of possession. And then the way I interpret the other thing is more like a subset. So a subset. So like things is a subset of another thing, which is still kind of the essence of possession, but not necessarily. They're kind of exclusive. So things like oh, and subset and relations. However, subset and relations are very similar too. So something like chikaku no machi, right? The neighboring, it's a modifier. That's a kind of like a possession, right? Chikaku no machi, but then you have machi no chikaku, near the town. So it's a relations. And in subsets, you could have something like Fukuoka no Onato, like the port in Fukuoka. It's a subset of Fukuoka. The port is a thing that is in Fukuoka, right? So something like that. I think we get this pretty early, actually. Ne, right? We get ne fairly early. This is still functioning the same way. I don't think it's functioning it's like the idea of like right, isn't it? Right, something like that. Ne has stayed unchanged, right? I actually don't know when. Oh, well, this gets introduced much later, actually. But the ni particle. So sometimes ni was first introduced with time. So specifying time, like at what time, right? But then you have like at for in the sense of like a location. And often it's more of a location attached to existence. So like there are like kamo kawa wait kawa no ike ni kamo kamo Wait. Amo ga imasu or something. Like there are ducks in the pond, right? So you're denoting an existence of something in somewhere or at a specific time, right? At a very specific time. Are there any other uses so far of ni? I think for the most part, location, like I guess the other word that some peeps would say is like a destination, but it's like a pinpoint destination, right? So that's another one. Immediately you probably get, they don't specifically say these things yet, but you get you get e, and much later, to contrast, you get na adjectives. Duolingo starts exclusively. Actually, now that I think about it, do they? I think they do. They largely, if not exclusively, start with e adjectives only. Although, now that I think about it, maybe not. Nah, that's kind of a fib. They start with adjectives without having to tackle e and na adjectives. And many of the adjectives end with an e. That doesn't mean they're not na adjectives. You kind of find out later that half and half of them are na adjectives that happen to end with e. So this is a grammar point you shuffle all the time. This is like 10 different grammar points. So let's talk about some of the things that you have to know, right? Na adjective, this is talking about they're specifically distinguishing these things based in the attributive form. Basically, if it's in front, if your adjective in the attributive form is in front of the modifier, which we can say noun, for example, this is the attributive position. And depending on whether it's an e or a na adjective, you require the addition of a na or the lack of using a na. And more recently, this also plays a role in how it is negated, how these adjectives are negated, where you have okay, how do I do this? You have oh, why am I angling up? Right in the flat line. What's wrong with you? Sorry, my hand tends to drift upward. So you have the situation where you have unai and anjanai and then des, right? For politeness. So that's actually a really recent grammar point. Very recent grammar point. Distinction. Definitely gotta hats off to Motown. We also have to do Motown, right? So Motown. And so far we have a few Motowns. We have also, as in and this is also in the sense of wa. I know how that sounds, but it makes sense to me. Also in the sense of wa. And then we have two in the sense of oh man, this stuff is not going to make sense for a lot of people. But this is how in the sense of ka. And I think that's it. So let me phrase it. Let me say a little bit more about it. What I mean by that is when you use mo, you might be there's mo in the sense of you're doing the topic wa to some extent. That is the also. However, sometimes you have two in the sense of the whole thing, which is kind of like a ka moment. I also say like watashi mo America ni sunde imasu, right? But the mo is kind of like me. It's kind of like a really proximity to me. Watashi, right? Watashi. So watashi mo America ni sunde imasu. But then we have things like I don't know. Pan mo kaimashou. We should buy bread too. So it's kind of saying we should do the act of buying the bread as well, as opposed to the bread also should be bought, that kind of thing. So it's not quite the most elegant way, but the way I'm saying it is kind of how I'm relating to random things. Like ka is kind of saying, oh, this whole statement now is a question. That mo is also suggesting the details of the entire act, so the entire statement. Like, should we do all of that too? Like, the essence is, should we buy bread too? As in the whole statement. And then sometimes you have like watashi dachi mo, which, okay, well, it's this topic wa is also doing the rest of the stuff, right? But it's next to that. And that's kind of what I mean by that. I'm making it a little bit more overly complicated just so that I'm like engaged in it. But that's kind of my cheeky way of saying mo in the context. It's also wa and tu as in a ka situation. Anyways, just thought you don't need to remember it this way. I'm just being cheeky to find different ways of reminding myself. So we got mo. Mo was a struggle in the beginning, and it was only used for also. right? Or to also as well, etc. Speaking of which, you know, we have to. I already mentioned something that I forgot to already do, right? So the ka marker as a marker of unknown. So marker of unknown. That should have been one of the top fives. All right. Well, actually, was it? Yeah, it was pretty early on. It was pretty early on. So here's, oh, I should have mentioned, it's close. So here's one, right? When we're speaking of wa being a topic marker, then oftentimes you also have ga, right? It's just really, the reason why I thought of ga is because of so ga is more reasonably considered a subject marker. Right. So ga is like a subject marker as opposed to a topic marker. At sometimes, so wa can function as a subject marker, but ga does not function as a topic marker a lot of times. Like most of the time. Actually, I'm not entirely sure if I can find an example where I myself understand how to use ga as a topic marker. I don't think it does at the moment because I don't know how to do it yet, right? If it even exists. So ga is a subject marker and wa is a topic marker, which can act also as a subject marker. When the sentence is simple enough, that can create confusion. So you can have something like I'm gonna use watashi. Watashi wa, right? Watashi wa amo. I don't know why I'm so fixated on ducks. So oh no, wait, that doesn't work. Hold up. I'm trying to find a way to I was gonna say I see ducks. I see there are ducks, but then I would probably use oh instead. And that's our next particle. I don't know. Anata wa, which I don't. That's something like kyo wa. I'm making up dead sentences. I can't think of a thing, but kyo wa kamo ga imasu ka? Right? Are there ducks? Oh no, but no, then it would be ni. Dang it. I would use, well, you can kind of use wa to mark the topic of today, but then I would probably use kyo ni. Well, maybe you don't. No. Kyo, that works. Kyo wa kamo yeah, kamo ga imasu ka? Or maybe wa imasu ka? It's a subject marker. I need more practice. Sorry. Not very great. This is not supposed to be instructional. It's just reminding me of where I could see these. Sorry guys. Hey. Maybe other people can provide better examples, you know, or have examples. So now we have the O marker, or the wo, however you want to say it, right? Which is I guess you would consider it an O marker. So this closest thing I could say is I would call it the object marker. Right? It's the object marker. So now here's the thing, right? The object could be the subject. So that's why I went from ga to o. Now you could have the subject be the object, but in the case of Japanese, in my opinion, the case of Japanese, there's a distinction between when you use ga and o. So they don't overlap in this case. I don't know how they work out like figurative and stuff. Like I think about this all the time, but they're very clear. They're very clear between subject and object. So far, I haven't had the confusion where I'm like, oh yeah, you would use a ga here. Oh wait, you would use a o here. Oh, but there is one that can be a little suspect so far, and we'll just introduce this part. And it's so that's the Thai form, which is to want to do something. Like an expression of desire to some extent. So you can kind of see this relationship. You can kind of see this relationship between subject marker, object markers, ga, and o when you start messing around with the Thai form of it. Like tabe ga tabetai desu versus o tabe, tabemasu. So and that's only recent, so I don't have enough data to distinguish between these two confidently. At the moment, I know when to use them. Not so great at explaining them still. However, Duolingo introduced the Thai form, and they specifically highlighted patterns between ga and o. So that's pretty useful. Did I already do ni? I did do ni. Did I do? No, I didn't. We have we also have, when it comes to ni, there's de, right? I don't know why my de is so big. De, which if it's a location, it also talks about in and at. In, at, and means. But in this case, day is referring to the action, the action's specification. I'm going to use the word specification. So for example, like coffee de tabemashou. We should eat at the cafe. It's the action's specification. As in, where is the act of eating taking place? As opposed to ni, which you could say cafe ni arimasu. Right, there's a cafe, like, oh no, I need another thing there. Cafe ni tomodachi tomodachi wa tomodachi ga imasu or something. Like, is my friend at the cafe? Or imasu ka? Like, wa imasu ka? Like, is my friend at the cafe? Right? It's saying where the friend is, literally, like about its existence, where it is at, as opposed to de, where the action is at. So say, it would be kind of funny to ask people how you would express the act of existing in a place. Would you use de or ni? Not the existing there, but the act of existing there. then you might have a ne, a de and ni situation. Means is a little bit more recent, kind of like we have plenty of means like taxi, bus, kuruma, jitensha, hikoki. There's plenty of means, and that's usually it's for like transportation. So, at the moment. Yeah, at the moment. Oh, I don't know how many things I'm gonna go over yet. Oh, I guess you also have to start with. I think this is a sleeper point, but the des as the copula verb to be, or to be. Oftentimes the reason why is this is also a politeness thing too. However, it is also the copula verb to be. Duo actually use both of these cases, but oftentimes when people look at general grammar points, they flood to the whole politeness thing, because a lot of the times, yeah, it does kind of fall into the politeness category. However, when sentences become incredibly simple, or where duo starts, it's actually also the copula to be. So that's probably one of the first points that gets contention right away. Now in no particular order. We have demo, right? Demo for but, though. I kind of like however, but maybe it's not. There are some interpretations that I would say it feels more like however. We have dona, sorts of, like lots, like different sorts, types. Although they don't use the word types, they use sorts, like all sorts of stuff. And it has a very particular like structure as well attached to dona. Something that's kind of related to dona, or like in the same vein, we have this one is actually specific to one of the sections in section 3. I think, yeah, doyakte, which is the interrogative for how to do something. Doyakte, I think. Yeah. I don't think it was used in any other way. That's fine. Also, I gave examples of existence, but I didn't make this grammar point. But one of the earliest grammar points, this grammar point was actually explained in Duolingo, and that's gosh darn it. One day. Right. And that's adu versus idu. That's a grammar point. So ga adu, ga idu. Largely, I think, is sufficient enough that they both mean to be, or to exist, I guess. Existence. We'll just use the word existence. Existence. And animate versus inanimate, right? There's a lot of nuance to this, but for the majority, animate versus inanimate are all the examples that are used in Duolingo so far. And I think that's also N5 oriented as well. You don't need to know beyond that for the time being. Another one that I was surprised to find, I think, as a grammar point in N5 was oops, that's awful. Why did I write it so small? Okay. So, ga hoshii desu. Hoshii desu is a grammar point. That's another. That's one of the earliest ways to express desire. And this is first person desire. Actually, most of the desires are first person. Whenever when you're talking about stuff, we have not gone over how to suggest or humbly and respectfully suggest someone else's desire. Keeping in mind the nuances of a first person expression, right? What else we got? We have ishoni, right? Ishoni. Ishoni is to do something together. Yeah. I don't know if all. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the frequency, like the adverbials, are grammar points too. So we have things like itsumo, right? Always. We already mentioned one actually here. Janai des. Janai des. I'm thinking of all the words that come up very, very often. Most of the words that are used in sentence construction that's outside of vocabulary is considered a grammar point on the N5 list. So like kara, from, and we have used this in the sense of a path and also amounts in the context of amounts and paths. So like from a place to another, which then incorporates made. Yeah. Like to a, oh no wait. The mada? Oh no. Made. So no, it's definitely made. Yeah. Made. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it looks right. Yeah. So this is more like two in the extent. Oh wait. No. Yeah. To an extent as well. From and path. Until, right? From and until. As far as. That's like two in that sense. Like from here to as far as somewhere else. So kara made, right? So these guys are paired. Thanks Manifest. We also have mada, which is the other one that I was thinking of. So we have mada. That's still, already, or not still or already. Still not yet. Then we have mata. Oh, sorry, mata. Sorry. Then we have mata. Then we have mata, which is again already. Do I want to take the real JLPT? No, I didn't. I have no plans to at the moment. I don't think mata is a grammar point. I'm not sure if mata is a grammar point. I have no desires to at the moment. I think if there was a pragmatic reason to do so, possibly. Here are some specific ones that I kind of remember as well. Like ooh. So we also have Mayani as in before. Any of these phrases that produces like sequencing, ordering, putting transitional and stuff are all grammar points. There's so many of them actually. We've gone through so many. We might as well go with the predicates. I think, did we go over one predicate? We said Thai form. So let's go over. So we have your classic, right? So I should have went over this first, I suppose. We have mas, right? Now we have masen, right? Masho. And then more grammar points, right? Wow. E. Masenka. And we want to highlight, so this is non-pass polite. This is non-passed negative, so polite, right? This is should, right? Should sometimes it can be like let's. Should, I'm using should because of Duo and I kind of like it, but like let's, shall we, right? Shall we? And then this would be would, and I like that the idea that they're using should, because should and would are very wonderful. What is that? I don't even know how to spell would. English. Oh my gosh. Oh no, I don't know how to spell wood. Oh no, I was fine. Yeah, wood. Like wood, right? It's a great way to contrast between would. Like would you, do you want to, right? Do you want to? I wasn't expecting to fill the whole page with grammar points, but that's fine. We also have masen deshita, right? This is now the past negative polite. So there is another grammar point here for a modification of this. This itself can also take, you also need to know the expression with ka. So mashoka, right? Mashoka. Should we do something? Shall we do something? Oh, wait. No, this is wrong. No. This is wrong. It's again. What I'm thinking about already is another grammar point. It's mole. Yeah. It's mole. This is already. Oh wait, they're kind of. Ooh. Yeah, I haven't sorted this out yet between the two. Interesting. That's something I realized from this exercise. I'll have to sort that out later. This is most recent as well. It's part of section 3. So I haven't sorted that out as well. There is I remember seeing this, and I am unsure if the grammar point is the grammar point, the full meaning of this grammar point yet. However, there's understanding how naru works, like to become. There's a lot of meanings in naru, so that might be like a soft grammar point. The only naru I have is the understanding of to become, but naru is wild, so that's an incomplete grammar point. It's still a grammar point, but I'm only saying the thing that I actually know, right? People already pointed this out. You get exposure to this, and it's kind of explained in Duolingo. Kind of in like a guidebook thing. And that's O and go as honorifics. Right. You see it all over the place. Functionally, it's a kind of interesting functionally, because one of the things that you can contrast between like having an O and a go, like there and not there, is oftentimes when you're thinking about family members. That's how the pattern that they use to really iron, there are objects and things that get honorifics by default, and that pattern you have to remember on your own. Like Duo likes to introduce those things, and then some of them are absent, but you can place them there. The idea is like, you don't say like oh sushi, sushi, right? Oh sushi. Maybe you can do that if you want to some extent. However, the one where you do see them going on and off is family members, like chichi to otou-san and haha to oka-san. Even things like imoto-san gets different, the san are honorifics. So a lot of times when you think of honorifics, personal people, especially family members, if you're referring to your mother, your sister, your older brother, your older sister, lacks the honorific. But when you talk about someone else's, it gets the honorific. And Duolingo does this implicitly. In fact, there are fill in the blank things where you contrast between talking about your ani versus someone else's oni-san, right? So O's and goes, like ryoshin and go ryoshin, or kazoku and go kazoku, right? kazoku, yeah, for a moment there. You also learn a lot about food. So the one that you would get would be oh, sorry. So o kudasai. This phrasing, o kudasai, to order something. Classic. Very, very classic. More things, more random things I'm thinking of. I think these can all be grouped together. I don't know if they're considered separate points, but we have Mazu, right? Too many quotes. Soshite. Might even be able to throw in like Tsugi. Even yato. So these are like transition. These are like transition phrases. First, then next, finally. So there's those things. Oh yeah, there's also oops. Totemo, right? Very. Oh, and then because you know totemo, you also know the negation one, which is we're running out of space. Amari, which is also, but it has a negation, so you place something like nai, right? And they both are involved in very. It's an extent. So totemo and amari junctioned with nai, right? Oh, in this class of things, there's also uh-oh. Oh no, that's not. Atote, right? Like later, like sequencing, right? Lots of sequencing words. For negation, there's one last one that I can remember. It only came up a couple times. So far. And that's Zenzen. And Zenzen has to be, at least I'm assuming, this is very recent. Someone already spoiled some of it for me, but Zenzen is also a nai kind of phrasing. It's a negation kind of phrasing, Zenzen. So not at all kind of thing. Can I think of anything else? There are some grammar points I don't think it's in N5 JLPT, but I kind of consider it as a thing that's coming out right now. Like no. Where's no at? Where is no at? I've like no up here. No. Colors. And descriptors. So there are like on and off things, and I'm only remembering them by like brute force. I don't think they're considered. Oh, that makes sense. I can see why they don't consider them as grammar points, because they're natural language things. Yeah. So actually, I take that back. That I wouldn't consider these as. I answered my own question. The phrase I was gonna say is, oh, I learned these case by case, and like specific colors. So these wouldn't be considered grammar points because they're not universal rules. They're about half and half. They're not like generalizable rules. So there's a lot of use cases for no that bounce in and out. So the use case here are these use cases are consistent. The other ones that I'm thinking of, all the sprinkled ones, are not use cases. Or they're not like specific grammar points. They're specific to those cases. They're almost the exception, actually. So I think I've hit on most of the things that aren't use cases. So yeah, so this is kind of what it looks like so far. So if you know all of the things that I've listed here, then yeah. And what was the tally? I think the tally was, it was lower than I thought. I think Duolingo by section 3 unit 15? Yes, by unit 15 up to unit 15 has covered 70%, I would say, of N5 grammar points. It's around there. And here's the thing. It's 70%, but Duolingo does this thing where if they introduce one of the things, and if that root is related to a different root, all of it happens at the same time. So I noticed that there's like a lot of tay things that haven't been introduced, but they're all related. Like most of those grammar points are related. So there's technically 2 or 3 groups of grammar points left in N5 by the time you get to section 3, unit 15. So if you kind of memorize the pattern, if you're working really hard to deduce things, you're only short, in my opinion, you're short like 2 or 3 large group of grammar points, not group related grammar points. They're not 30% of randomly related grammar points, like the distance between, I don't know, expressing how Mayani is related to, you know, how you connect Mayani to Mo or something. It's not that far apart. It's there, all the concepts are close together. So if we hit that, I'm sure Duolingo will cover it. So I'm pretty confident in saying that, yes, they do not explain these concepts. However, if you quite legitimately know and can explain when you use these things mechanically, you've covered over 70% of N5 by Section 3, Unit 15. And I disagree that most people actually know all these grammar points by Section 3, Unit 15. So what I mean by that is the people that get to Section 3, Unit 15 did it in a quarter of the time that I took, right? And that's not because I was slowing down and using Duolingo even more than the other person. It was I was thinking about something outside of Duolingo a lot longer. So you can get almost all of N5. I'm pretty confident if you actually literally memorized all the way up to Section 3, Unit 15, you can probably pass N5 without having to guess on anything like that much. I actually, someone already asked the JLPT. The mock exam suggested that I would pass N5 well before this, because a large majority of these things actually happened in pockets of Duolingo. They're not being drilled consistently every single day. So I didn't explain, I couldn't, I'm not good enough, my memory isn't great enough to know in what order they have appeared, but I can tell you that a large majority of this stuff is introduced pretty quickly back to back, and then it's up to willy-nilly what the topic is and how convenient the grammar point is or structure is to the topic. So they prioritize topics and pragmatic phrases, even though most people say, oh, that's unnatural Japanese, and it's like, okay, that's fair, but the topic orientation of the vocabulary kinda is priority to introducing all these grammar points. So I can earnestly say you can pass the N5 with Duolingo, but that's what most people be like, the people whose end goal is fixated on, oh, but I want to be fluent. It's like, yeah, it's really far from fluency, obviously. And just to reiterate, this is learning the language. It's not acquiring the language. It can be some help to acquiring the language, but this app doesn't ask you to output anything that reflects the many gold standards of acquisition. Like, you don't even have to pronounce anything. Like, you don't have to output acquisition. Like, what I mean is, you have no there's an output in Duolingo that there's no requirement for an output in Duolingo that will advise you or help you understand how far along you are in acquisition. It has a lot of things that tell you what you have learned, as in what the input has provided. So all this stuff is input. How relevant today through acquisition, my acquisition, or like quote unquote, my feelings of all the different components of reflecting acquisition deals with so many things I do beyond Duolingo, and I don't think the vast majority of people who use Duolingo even wants to work that hard. It's not that they're lazy. You have time, it's time, right? Lots of time. I have time and I have prior experience. You need to spend a lot of time to do all these things. So you're looking for a tool that helps you alleviate these things. And the downside to that is then when the tool goes away, in order to form acquisition or properly output, you have to at some point be able to do it without the aid of the tool. That is, in my opinion, one of the gold standards of acquisition, right? That you eventually become tool independent. Unfortunately, there's a duality to this. Look at how much Duo is doing for me. Like, what I mean is, all this stuff I've written on here is implicit. As in, you're supposed to know this without looking at Duolingo at some point. Do you? I don't know. To me, I would be very shocked. If you're not actively reviewing what you learn in Duolingo without using Duolingo, you'll probably forget most of it. It goes with every other tool. Like, when do you know how to use a command line in any of your OS? Like, if you're an Apple user, a Linux user, I mean, I hope a Linux user would know how to use a command line. But for like Windows and Apple, do you know how to use a command line? You probably don't. And it's one of the most fundamental functions. I mean, I can use some command line functions, and I'm fully aware and accept that I can't do that anymore. So that's kind of where Duolingo is now. All this stuff, I sat down and had to look at a piece of paper, a blank piece of paper, and ask myself, can I write what I learned from Duolingo? And it is very hard. Like, I was having self-dialogues about the distinguishing between ga and o, right? And Anki is the same. Honestly, like, all your tools, the more they do for you, the more eventually, through the process of acquisition, you will have to find a way to not use it. So even when I'm using Anki and I'm doing a flashcard, eventually I'll do it without the flashcard. Like, you have to get to a point where you don't need the flashcard anymore. That's when acquisition truly happens, in my opinion. So this exercise that I'm doing here, these are the things I acquired in long-term memory. Well, learned in long-term memory. And now I have to output these things in order to demonstrate some sort of acquisition. So I'm not even at the stage where I'm confident to say that I can execute and output these concepts to some extent. I think maybe 2/3 of the things I didn't struggle on thinking about, like where to place a wa, to, no, ne, because you choose how to frame your sentences. So you'll choose to frame it in the most grammatically intelligible way you can if we're talking about grammar points. So here you go. That's a pretty good thing, right? That's a pretty good chunk of stuff. Yeah, no plans on taking JLPT though. Maybe if someone can provide a very, very provocative argument. If someone else is taking a JLPT and we become study partners for the JLPT, then that would be a reason for me to take JLPT. Like, if I had a personal friend who's like, oh yeah, I need to prep eventually for the top dog, right? JLPT 1 or something like that. I'm like, yeah, let's do it together. Let's prepare for JLPT 1. This I'm doing on my own volition. So no one's determining what I have to or have not to do. And my personal investments are truly dependent on how I can help someone else, not myself. I don't really need help myself. I ask when I do, right? So let's see. All right, we got through grammar point. What was my other plan? My other plan was, oh no. Okay, oh, the other plan is predicates. We have to go over predicates. Oh my goodness. One thing that I haven't been doing since we don't have, you could see in the grammar point section is we haven't done the plain form, right? The plain form. Should I write them? Yeah, I might as well write them, right? Plain form, spoilers, is in section 4. And section 4 is over another 100 days. Oh, not 100 days. Yes, it's going to be over 100 days more because I'm switching up the schedule and stuff. So more on that later. So it's going to be another 100 days before I reach the plain form. So while I'm doing that, this is probably the second most commented critique about Duolingo, which is, oh yeah, you don't know the plain form, or do you know how to, Ichidan and Godan, right? Sure. So now we're gonna start slowly, and then in anticipation for section 4. So by the time we get to section 4, it's like, oh yeah, okay, we get the lean in, lean in. The plain form, and I tried to cover predicates. The reason why we're covering predicates today is because in section 3, a lot of predicate related things came up. So now it's a great time to kind of cover all the new ones. So like predicates in section 3, right? Predicates in section 3. And I guess we're probably going to go backwards because I don't remember the earlier ones as well as the later ones. So let's try. And some of these, most of these don't have kanji yet. They are introduced as the hiragana. And there are some that have multiple kanji and multiple definitions based on that kanji. So this is purely on hiragana and how I define it. And that is the word we're referring to. That's why we need both English and hiragana a lot of times. But we'll stick to the hiragana, and I'm just going to define, we'll use both English and hiragana. So first one, actually, maybe I should list where I think this is. So I think this is in Unit 15. And Unit 15 deals with work issues. Oh, you know what? Hold up. Let's swap up the color. We need a color palette swap. Let's go to a purple. Gotta keep it fresh. Okay. So plain form. Section 3. Right. Section 3. And the first one I was gonna write was okoru. Yeah, okoru. Okoru is to get angry. Oh, I totally forgot. This is Unit 15. It's about work issues. So okoru is a work issue, right? And I totally misspelled angry. English is my second language. No. To get angry. So when coworkers, dorio, I don't know, dorio, dorio Yoku dorio o okoru. Okoru. Oh my gosh. Okoru. Yeah. Okoro. Okoru. Okoru. When they like often get angry or something like that. And it's more okorimasu. Right. Gotta be polite about it, even though they get angry. We have yameru. Quit. Tough times, man. Tough times. This one, it's kind of like old but also new. This is very relevant, so we'll place it in here. Shikoto suru, right? To work. Plus or minus the O. Jury's out on that. After I was testing, it's like plus or minus the O for suru stuff. So I'm not gonna bother with needing to dig too deep for that one at the moment. And then more things to complain about would be this one's interesting because you don't get wa too often, honestly. Also, this is a great writing thing here, right? I think it's kowareru, right? Kowareru. To break down. It's wa next to a re. Is there anything else? I don't think so. Not outside of the regular stuff. Yeah, and we're focusing on predicates. There's a lot of other bad stuff you could say, or express it more explicitly. All right. Unit. I'm pretty sure we're out. The unit 14. Unit 14 was. It was about health. I think the theme was health, and you were using past tense negative verbs, right? However, most of the past tense negative verbs were things like tabe takunai desu, right? Tabe takunai desu, or nomi takunai desu. Oh, there, Jack. There are some new ones in it. We have oh no, is it ah or oh? I think it's oh. Okeru, to open. transitive. And this was for a model, the window. Hey again, Fanny. What did you do, Fanny? We also have hiku, but very specifically kaze, kaze o hiku. So we're talking about health. Think there's anything else that's this one is kind of a review from an older chapter, but it's only one other time, so we're gonna highlight that too. Oh, actually, so nomu, right? But in this case specifically, we're talking about the interpretation with kusuri and vitamin kind of thing, to take medicine. You like my room? Thank you. Oh, you were having dinner. What did you have for dinner, Fanny? Not too many interesting predicates, I think, for the health thing. Other than eating, not doing things, right? Like shitakunai desu kind of thing. Oh wait, there is one. Rice and scrambled eggs. Whoa, that's delightful. Time of day, huh? Scrambled eggs. You eat this as dinner every night. That lo-fi is so. Oh, this lo-fi? Yeah. You can find it in the doobly-doo. It's a playlist I use. I switch it after every one of these, so maybe tomorrow we'll be featuring something else, but this is kind of nice. I've been sticking with this for the last 25 days. Oops. Right. Yasumimu. Yasumimu. Wait. Yasumu. Yasamu. Sorry. Yasamu. Yeah, Yasamu. And this is being used for absent. Be absent. Sounds like anime for you? Well, it uses it uses samples from traditional instrumentation and then similar chord progressions that give you that whole Asian feel, right? There's a very classical like chord progression and chords used to give you that feeling. Okay, I think that's fine. 4 from that group is pretty sweet. And then we have Unit 13. Unit 13, I don't think it has any new predicates. I don't think Unit 13 has new predicates. So I think we're skipping Unit 13. Unit 13 was about the zoo. It's a lot of watching, seeing, going. Oh, wait. No, there is one. Yeah, no, wait. Hold up. Or is that part of... Nah. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Yeah, no, there is one. There is one predicate. Oops. Naderu. To pet. Stroke or caress. Sorry, kids. To pet. Zoo. But not like pet crazy things like Dion and stuff, but things like Yagi and Tori, or not panda. You don't go up and pet a panda. But largely Yagi, I guess. Yagi is the one that they would probably have. Do I practice conversations? Not particularly. I don't particularly practice conversations. If you're talking about practicing conversations with another human being, no, not really. It's not that time yet. Plenty of time to be doing that in the future. Let's see. Unit 12. What was in Unit 12? This is festivals, and specifically the festival is cherry blossom view. There are many people who like to focus on input first. Yeah. I'm obviously not doing that. So, but I'm still not using conversations yet. I'm not outputting in conversations outside of having conversations with myself. Getting to cherry blossom viewings. So we have Nori Kairu? No Kairu? No. I missed. Oh no. I missed. I said Nori and I completely omitted the. No, Nori Kairu. And this is for switching. To switch. This is a alternative use. This is switching to get to the festival. So we have to talk about getting to the festival. Yeah, right now I'm not doing input, so Fanny. So this session is completely output dependent. Right, so this is output. Having conversations with myself, forming sentences in my head. These are outputs. Right now, this is exclusively output. Most of my sessions start with output. And then most of my sessions start with an input and then an output. So it's about half and half. Conversations aren't the only version of output in learning. Something that stops, right? So we have Tomaru to stop moving. Or yeah. To stop moving. Describing a bus. I think this is transitive. Pretty sure this is transitive. That's all I can think about. Bus, like getting to a festival. I don't think anything else was new. No. Unit 11. Why are there so many units? We have to get back to unit 1. Oh my gosh. I think I'm way over my head right now. We might have to skip some stuff that I originally planned. I don't know how long we're gonna take it. Oh, okay. Unit 11 was... Oh, there's I think unit 11 was cruises or like vacation. That was the theme, the vacation theme. So the only one I can think of is Mawaru. Yeah, Mawaru, to go around. Okay, I think we're gonna restrict it to, if I can find 2 or 1, like 1 or 2 predicates, we're good. Because we gotta gotta book it. Unit 10, here's where everything starts blending together, right? I think unit 10 is about meetups. So you have things like tsuku, to arrive. Tsuku. We got our kanji too for this one. It's so gross. It's fine. Noru, right, to get on. But this is actually a repeat. We just got kanji. Isogu, right? Isogu for to hurry. This is for meetup stuff. Is it A or O? Oku Reru. Yee. Okureru, to be late. Transits, meetings. Okuru, right? Yeah, okuru. To send. Meseji. Meseji. Oh, okuru. Okay. That's pretty good. All right. Unit 9. What is Unit 9? Eventually, I'm just gonna say, okay, these are all the units slammed together because I have no idea what the units are anymore. I think Unit 9 is about things you don't want to do, and that's usually all the I feel like pretty much all the okay, I can think of specific ones. Like deru, to get out. So like you want to stay in bed, so you don't want to get out. So deru, when you for like takunai, right? Yeah, takunai. And then, you know, right, suru. Right. To do, but not to do. This is the unit where you don't want to do a lot of things. Right? And then you just complain about things you want to do. You don't want to do. And then you wanted to do random things too. Like play video games. You don't want to do things like solji or sentaku. Kaji. Shikoto. And, you know, shkudai. Lots of things. I think this was also the one where oh my gosh. One of these days I'll be satisfied. Oh my gosh. So dissatisfying. Why? Man. Soul Boo? Yeah, asobu. Asobu. But to play. As opposed to hang out. To play. No, that's good enough. We're fine. Actually, this might be a rare moment. We have I can think of one more. Oh. Yeah. Kyanseru? Kyan... Yeah. Kyanseru. Kyanseru. Yeah. Kyanseru suru. Kyanseru suru. Right, to cancel. All of this is gonna come back at some point. Let's see. Unit 8. Alright, I think now we're just gonna forget about what the units are, right? and just think about, yeah, I don't remember. Maybe I'll remember later. Yeah, this is the rest. We're just gonna call it the rest. Okay. Wait, is that... I wrote this earlier. Pretty sure this is how it looks, right? I'm pretty sure this is how it looks. Kairu? Kairu, yeah. Kairu. Yeah, that looks fine. It's kind of big. Make this big too. Bigger. We learned that. The kanji for that. Also, this one is kind of toxic. Kata wait, yeah, because it has this thing. Katazukeru. Katazukeru, right? Yeah, it's one of the few that has this zu with the tsu. Oh yeah, right. To return home. This is to tidy up. Speaking of... Oh, I wonder if there's a relationship between... No, there probably isn't a relationship. When I saw this, tsukeru is actually another one too, actually. It's to turn on. That's kind of funny. Kata zukeru. And then, yeah, tsukeru inside it. So that is from the seasonal stuff. Like they talk about the weather, the different seasons, and have different things for each season. There was a clothing one. Clothing one was... Made... Magaru. That's to turn. Not to turn on, but to turn. And then we have... which we talked about earlier. Magaru. To ascend. This is for the clothing shop. Like shopping for clothing. Then we have College Town. Right, College Town, right? College Town had things like Shimaru to close because things close down, right? I think this is intransitive. So you talk about like the The post office and the bank. Ginko. Oh no. The heck is... Oh no. I don't remember. Rip my life. I don't remember. It's like you Rio, no, you being Kyo. You being Kyoku. Something like that. The office, the post office. That's gonna be tough. Where are you for getting all the vocabulary? I'm pretty sure this is also where we had Genkyo shimasu, right? Suru. Study or campus life, right? Oh, I missed the didn't I? I definitely missed the What's before campus life? We're wrapping these up. Gotta wrap these up. Campus, college town. We have concert. I remember concert. Concert had Tsuke. You have Tsuke do. Right, to be tired. No, not tsuke. Tsuka? Tsuka. Yeah, that sounds it. Tsukareru. Tsukarimasu. Tsukarimashita. Yeah. Line up. Nada. Ani, naramu, narabi, okay, narabimasho. So, nada, nadabu. Yeah, nadabu. Line up. Concerts, right? Line up. We also had, oh, I don't know if this is old or new. Probably new. Modoru? To return, but in general return. There's also, this is an old one. Matsu. Yeah, Matsu. You wait. Okay. Before concerts, there's also electronic store. Got different things in electronic store. I think the most important we have is unique is Hikaru to light up the RGB life, right? Hikaru. I'm out of space. Oh, but this is the rest category. It's fine. Hikaru to light up mitsukeru tsukeru is to find, and then we have in the same vein sagaru. No, sagasu. Which is to look. Like to look for something. Electronic store, right? You're looking for stuff. We still have, I think, something with transit plans and past tense. The past tense for what? I think it might just be random things for past tense. The transit plans unit had wataru. Wataru. The cross, like a michi. I think that's fine, right? One past tense. I think that's where the benkyo suru came from. What is that? Dekiru? Oh, yeah, dekiru. To know or to be capable, I suppose. That's where the studying came from. Practice. Practice is a pseudo thing. And then shoe, then shoe suru to practice. I think that's good enough. All right. There we go. Nailed it. There are probably way more than this, but that's fine. I need a break. Yeah, this is good enough. Oops. Okay. So What else did I say I was gonna do? Go backwards. Go backwards, unit 15 to 1. 10 minutes, 10 elements minimum each. 4 hours. I told myself I'd do it in 4 hours, and it's already past 5 hours. Alright. Alright. Okay. I already knew I was gonna be tired today. I didn't think how tired I was going to be. Underestimated. So 10 elements in each unit, but I can't really remember the rest of the units. Yeah, legit, I can't remember the rest of the units. Like the separation. I think we're going to... kind of finagle this a little. Okay, alright, let's do a color. Let's do a palette swap, right? Let's go to pink. So, let's do what we know. Unit 15 was work issues. Work issues. Any vocabulary that sticks out. And we're using English now. We're gonna stop writing in kana. Onaji. Onaji. Onaji, Betsu, right? Onaji and Betsu for same and different. So kind of like Kaisha. Shoukai suru. Shoukai suru to introduce. Oh, that's a predicate actually. Like shoukai shimasu. And the reason why I remember that is because you can introduce someone to a different thing, right? Well, let's cheat. Shio, that's a cheat. Instanto. We're looking for new things. And 10, and we're moving along. Ozo. Oz. No, that's slow. Warui, right? Warui. What else can you complain about? What else can you complain about? I guess we can throw in things now. Like, yametai desu. Want to quit? It's like Majime. Majime. Come on, I got 8. Oh, this is gonna be a struggle. Majime. I can't start struggling right away. Hmm. Skidu. One more. Oh, this one has denwa shimasu. The phone. Right? Yeah, we're that counts. All right. Unit 14. What was Unit 14? Health? Oh, maybe it's oh no. That last one doesn't count. But it does count for Unit 14 to phone. Because when you're ill, Unit 14 is not being able to do things, but it's about health. I guess we can throw in the predicates that we already listed, right? So, okoru, right? To get angry. It's fine. It's double dipping. All right. Denwa shimasu. Health. Usuri counts. To heck with that. Vitamin. Why is this so hard? Send help. Mado. Netsu. Kaze. Not, it's also wind, but Kaze. I gave myself a really low ball. 10 is pretty low. So I should be knocking these out of the park at the moment. Might be my advanced fatigue. Health. Meru shimasu. Sure. We also have like yasumimasu, to be absent from something. Yeah, sure. Chanto, to make sure. It's kind of a grammar point, actually. Like, make sure to take your medicine, kind of thing. Oh, like mask. Oh, we have tissue. Might as well throw it in. Okay. Moving along. Unit 13. Unit 13 is zoo. Is it zoo? It's probably zoo, right? We're zooing it up. A zoo is probably heckin'. Oh, I just remembered others. Noto. And if I know Noto, it's Arimas? Borrow? Question mark? Okay. Alright. For zoo is pretty fast, right? Yagi, Usagi, Kirin. Something unique to this. We're not going to use old animals like Zo and Dion and Chameleon. We're not using those. Wait, are these really? Panda, Akachan, Gifto shop. Oh no, it's that word. Key holder, key holder. Nui, Nui Gurumi. Nui Gurumi. Right? Ashi. Meta, Wataime. Maguneto. Alright, we're good. That's 10. That's 10. Easy clap. Unit 12. Unit 12 is festivals, I think. We're doing festivals on Unit 12. No, wait. I think Unit 12 is vacation. Or specifically, Cruzu. Daupsta. Shima. Minato. We're not going to use proper nouns. I think Fukuoka was the proper noun. Hune. Tabehodai. Oh, come on. Why am I tripping up on this? Ishokan. No, not Shokan. Ishukan. Mikakan. Throw in a side thing. Come on. I was going fairly okay. I don't want to use going around Mawaru. Gotta be others. Risotto. Oh, mini gorufu. Mini gorufu. All right. That's fine. We're done. We're done. Unit 11. I think this is the festival. But specifically I think this is the festival for is it? I'm gonna guess this is the I don't want to do things. Yeah, like things you don't want to do. No. I'm gonna cheat here. What did I write before? To go around unit 10 to arrive to oh. This one is shh, no one will ever know. This one is meetups. Meeting up. So Nishiguchi is probably one. West exit. We have Anya Bakery. To be inside something like Naka, no Naka ni. What else? The stuff that we already mentioned, right? Meseji o okurimasu. Oh, well, I guess that's two things. To send and message. Oh, actually, meseji. Oh, no. Meseji is. I think that's actually new. Watashi tachi. Like. We. Mina for everyone, right? To describe like where you guys are. Isogu, right? Isogu isogimashou, something like that. Shall we hurry? Arriving in time, so lots of puns, like ipun, sanpun, ropun, right? Minutes. How much something takes. And then being late. Okereru? Akereru? Oh, I'm freaked. I'm spent right now. I think it's okureru. So, okurerimasu. 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 Oh no, okuremasu. Okuremasu. Okurimasu? Okurimasu. To be late? Question mark? Oh, I think I did skip one. I don't think I think this is actually unit 10. Unit 11 is definitely things you don't want to do. I just don't remember. No, actually. Oh no. Actually. I think I got the right order here. I think this is actually unit 11. I don't remember anymore. We're gonna have to lump them all together. Unit 12. Don't want to do. I think it's like Buranketo. Nemui. Nebo suru. I think. Question mark? Oh, this one's challenging. Oh, I know one. Shosetsu. Yeah, shosetsu, right? It's novel? Smart? Like you want to read a novel? It's all sorts of confused at this point. Yeah, I have no idea. This unit is probably one of my weaker units. I don't want to do lots of things, but I guess it's just all of the takunai stuff. I can't think of like vocabulary from this unit. Why is it so tough? 後でも right? The use of mo in the sense of still, different uses. Like, are you still at home? And on some made as well. Made, like sleeping until something, until a certain time. Oh wait, yeah, this is mada. Sorry, mada. And then mo is for already. Like, oh no, mo ichiji, ichiji desu. Yeah, and then it's takunai. So not doing insert takunai. Like hanash takunai desu. Nope. Alright. We're moving along. Now we pop up to unit 9. Where's the cherry blossom thing? One of these is cherry blossom. So we're doing cherry blossom viewing. I remember one of these units. Unit 9 question mark. This one you had like Ashi, Ike, Hanami, this, Hanami. Like norikai mas or something, like switching. Komaru to stop at places, right? Mochi. Gosh darn it. I thought I had more than that too. Oh, I'm thinking of more things in these other places. Like Kai Guy. Kai Guy is one. Kai Guy. All right. We're filling in. There's another unit. Unit question mark. Clothing. Right? We can cheat. We have boro boro, kira kira. That's not the word I'm going for. Kira kira. Hua hua. Mafuro. Accessory. Menzu. Rerisu. Stuff that I'm missing. Not a lot of clothing on here. Oh, aka, seta, jinzu, hold up. Kutsushita. 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 Alright, we're fine. That's 10. What other units? Okay. Unit, college. Death. Womp womp. Reikishi. Sugaku. I think. Dracula store. Duraku store. Pretty sure this one had shopping center. What else? What did I say earlier? It was new. Well, we have Ginko, right? And then new Bing Kyoku. New Bing Kyoku. Question mark. Uben. Inaka. Fukuya. Blah 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 blah. 3, 6. Can't bring back old stuff. Classmate. I don't even know if that's no roommate. No, roommate was the old one. I don't know, but that's good enough. I guess Daigaku technically. All right. Oh, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm not even. Oh my gosh! I'm not even. What's another unit I can splurge? Oh, yes. Unit, question mark. Electronics store. Or electronics. Denkia, right? Yes. Keyboard. Mouse. Wireless. Cable. Monitor. Inchi. More. I need more. Come on. Denchi. Question mark. Speaker. All right. We got another unit down. Wait. Where are we gonna squeeze in this? We gotta leave room. Okay. Unit, a concert unit. Nada, right? Nadarimasu. Kind of line up. Pen. Pretty sure pen is somewhere. Oh, Enpitsu is actually one of the college things. Pen. Sign. Artisto. Oh no. Oh no, not like this. This one, I think we got Higashikuchi, right? Higashikuchi. Gutsu. I thought I had this lined up. I really thought I had this one lined up. I mean, I'm pretty sure we got soto, the soto for the kanji for soto in this one. I guess concerts can be outside. Modoru. I have a lot of comments on why I have a lot of thoughts on why my recall is so borked this time around. Yo, happy I could catch stream. DF was hit with a pretty bad storm. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. And tornado? I've been without power for a while, but I made sure to keep up your duel. Nice, nice. Alright, is everything okay? Everything's fine, right? Dang. That's inclement weather for you. Based on your demeanor, I imagine everything's fine. Your car, you know, like your house still intact? Where you're living? You still have a roof over your head, right? I like how you mentioned keeping the duo streak alive even during a tornado. This is so tough. I'm okay. I don't know. These are new words. Stagey? I think stagey is fun, right? It's difficult to find unique vocabulary outside of all the things I've already talked about. So Mannaka, like the middle seat. Mannaka. All right. Well, is that 10 though? 3, 6, 9, 10. Okay. It's like 500k people without power, but nothing else really bad. We are used to tornadoes happening once or twice. It's just unusual to be powered for more than a day. I see. 500,000 people. It's like 500k power. That's a lot of people. Dang. And you're used to tornadoes. Man, you almost sound like you're in the Midwest in the United States. That's tornado alley right there. Okay. What other topics do I have? Transit plan? There might be transit. I don't know where transit is. I think we're gonna have to go into miscellaneous now. Wow, I really failed. I failed pretty hard. I think we're gonna have to skip to like miscellaneous categories because I just don't remember much. Okay, okay. We're gonna try to fill in all the blank space now, right? Now we're doing. Hold up, let's finish this. Cherry blossom view. Why can't I think of? Right. Oops. Oh wait. Yeah, it's yakisoba. My finger, my middle finger is actually starting to feel a little stiff from all the pen writing. Okay, yakisoba. That's one. Does that inspire me to remember anything else? That's a resounding no. Okay. All right. I can think of one more, and I have no idea where that is. But let's just call it unit seasonal. Unit seasonal. And it's things you do around the year, around like randomly throughout the year. So like mikan. Yep, I can't spell Mandarin. It's fine. I missed the I. That's fine. Mandarin orange, right? Mikan. Satsumaimo. We mentioned that earlier. Suika. Snowball. Skato. Ski. Somewhere in there is a sweet. Oh no, let's not go there yet. Denbo. Question mark? Starting to fall apart here. You're in Dallas, Texas. I do believe talent leads the nation in number of tornadoes each year on average. So yeah, it happens a lot here. Oh, I see. Yeah, Texas. Fun place to live, really. We had almost inch-sized hail right before the tornado. Oh, I can imagine. I'm glad to hear you're safe. And managed to keep your duo string up as well. Oh, Nabe. I don't know where that is. Nabe. It's 8. I must summon the almighty power of Brown. Dang you, memory. I couldn't like sort this stuff out. All right. Now we're going into extra innings. We'll give it 30 minutes. All right, now we're going into the red territory. We're gonna swap to this color, okay? And this is what we typically do because my organization has fallen apart. This is miscellaneous. Any random things that I can find in section 3. Right? That's what we're gonna do now, right? That's what we do now because I can't sort things out anymore. So Chiba, Jinja. Wait, Ginja. No, Jinja. Yeah. Wait. Oh, Ginza. Sorry, Ginza. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, Ginza. Peanutsu. Is there anything? Kabuki. Kabuki. This is like the earliest point that I can remember in section 3. I'm pretty sure this is these are unit 1 section 3s. So I'm going in the other direction now. Suizokukan. Suizokukan. And I'm avoiding all the kanji that I already have. Tai. Pretty sure was a location that was added. Wait. Is Doitsu? No, Doitsu is section 2. Oh, Zo is probably because of Thailand. Zo. Is I wonder if Malaysia might be in too. Okay. Fudaido chicken probably. Fudaido chicken. Probably Fudaido potato as well. Oh no, wait, maybe okay, that's a question mark. But we're gonna stick it in here anyways to make myself feel better. I said potato. Okay. Oh, you're Malaysian. Oh, cool. Yeah, I think Malaysia might actually be in this section, but I don't know. We're gonna put it as I'm just gonna make myself feel better. There's another one. Potato chips. Potato chips. Potato chips. It's actually kind of rough to say, but pretty sure. Anything else I can scrounge? Oh, lots of things. Yeah, Malaysia. Yeah, Malaysia. Let's see. Kapu, boku, osara, spoon. I'm just kidding. There's no spoon yet. It's probably a spoon. Knife, right? Gotta get all the sets in. You might be thinking there are other things, but the other things are older. So we're only talking about the new things. Oh, speaking of Naifu, I think Kiru was section 3. The cut. Keiki. Kiru. I highly anticipated this was gonna fall apart, but it fell apart far quicker. 100円ショップ. 100円ショップ. Right? Okay. Tochude. Tochude is a good one. Actually, I don't know if that's a grammar thing or not. Almost feels like a grammar thing. Got more stuff. Omocha. Omocha hetohon. Now we're overlapping with some of the other stuff that I already covered. Coco. It says it's a grammar thing? Oh, it does? Oh, okay. You say it's a grammar thing? Okay. I was like, it says. On whose authority? If it's your authority, then I accept. Stagia. Wait, stagiamu. Stagiamu. Yeah, now we're heading into units I've already covered. So we're gonna try to Kuki, Enpitsu. You actually spoke for Duolingo now? Yes. Yes. You continue doing that. Murasaki. Murasaki. I don't know if Chido is this section either. Chido, we'll do question mark. Murasaki. We're not covering any kanji because we already did the kanji, so we're avoiding any possible kanji stuff. Kondo. I feel kondo is also possibly a grammar point in my opinion. Because kondo has, you need to know how to use kondo. It's kind of like dona and stuff. You kind of need to know where they are. It's mixed in with like kyo and ashita and migi. I mean tsuki and stuff. We have all the months. We're not going over the months. That would be really cheap. Actually, it is a good question though. Kondo is definitely confusing because it can be used this time or next time based on context, as you're saying. Yeah. So I feel like that is a grammar. And I don't think it's an N5 grammar thing. It's probably why I didn't recall it. I think it's a more complex grammar thing that isn't restricted to N5. The one thing I didn't do really well, that I didn't have time for before today, was I didn't really look at any like random grammar. Like I didn't search grammar based on what I knew. I was looking for grammar based on JLPT. So I don't know a lot of random stuff if they are grammar or not. And they could be like the randomness where like, oh, this is actually quite advanced grammar, but you're not accounted. You're like, it's not held accountable in N5, that kind of thing. So I think Kondo is confused at the moment. So Anyways. And it doesn't come up very often. How could I forget these ones? Jitensha, right? Jitensha, Kuruma. Oh my gosh, I almost misspelled car. Oh, they're kanji though. Kuruma, Kuruma is kanji. That's probably why I avoided it. Yugata, evening. This one's a little confusing too, but Chizu. I don't know if I even mentioned that yet. I've lost track. We're gonna try to fill in this entire page with extraneous stuff. Oh yeah, speaking of Chizu, right? We have banana. That counts. Don't even at me. That totally counts. Let's show you. Oh wait. Mizuki. Where I mentioned Mazu. There's Masugu. I like diarrhea dumping instead of that came out so wrong out of context. I like just dumping words into a blank space as opposed to trying to organize it, but I was trying really hard. Hamburger. I don't think I said hamburger yet. I remember Dobsta, but I'm pretty sure I missed hamburger. Send help. No wait. Sofubo. Isn't there like Itoko? Itoko? Oh no. What is it? Itoko? It's something. It's something like I'm gonna say Itoko, but cousin. I'm trying to say cousin. I don't know what it is. I have no idea. I have no idea what cousin is anymore. I know I'm supposed to be able to say cousin. When I was thinking grandparents, I was thinking of another word, like another family member, or like extended family. Oh, it is? Are you serious? Itoko? Oh my gosh, that is such a left field. What else we got? Oh, I forgot about Nigai. Bitter? For a male cousin. Oh, I didn't even realize that there was it's male cousin. Okay, so male cousin. I actually don't know that yet. It wasn't communicated specifically. So for male cousin, I see. Nigai. Actually, I guess female cousin's the same pronunciation. Oh, different kanji. Oh, okay. So we're gonna say kanji. The kanji dependent. Interesting. Okay. I didn't get any kanji yet. But I'll keep that in mind in the future. Ringo? Ringo. I think I got a lot. I don't know if I don't know if I hit the mark though. It doesn't feel like I hit. How many things are we looking for? 175. That doesn't look like 175, does it? Let's see. And I cut it down, so oh no, it's too hard. It's too hard to know. I'm not gonna try. I'm not gonna try to quantify it, including the kanji, because I'm avoiding all the kanji stuff, right? Let's see if we covered all of them, right? 1月 2月 These are all new. They're actually part of it. So 3月 4月 5月 Actually, we do not have June yet. No June. Okay. And then 7月 No August either. Oh no, wait, yes, August. 8月 sounds right. No, wait. No August. No August. I can't even think of anything associated with the month August, like vocabulary associated with it. I have vocabulary associated with these things though. 9月 Right, 9月 10月 Yeah, oh, actually, no November either. No November. It's not quite clear because it didn't come to me right away. And then June got to. Because Christmas. Oh wait, is that the same unit? Is this the same unit? Christmas. There's no way, right? No. I think that was last unit. Yeah. No. But yeah. No. That's okay. And then see, there are other things that we didn't cover in terms of days. So we have 1日 2日 2日 3日 4日 and 5日 so far, right? I think all the days of the week were already cleared before section 3. So we already got all the days of the week. What other things we have? 1分 2分 3分 I think it's 4分 no, yeah, 4分 5分 Okay, this one's a question mark. 6分 7分 8分 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 Kyuhun. This is a question mark too. And then Jupun. Is there any other counters that we have more of? Pretty sure this is also part of it. 1年生 2年生 3年生 and 4年生 4年生 right, and then sensei is one of them too, right? Oh, we have a random day also. 31日 because of because of the New Year's. That's from the old one though. That's from the old one. It's just related. And it just happens to be related. Oh, we also have a combination of stuff. Ikai. 2回 3回 This is random and I don't want to distract, but I admire your dedication. Thanks. I appreciate it. Yokai. I was about to write 4/3. Ford. The Ford floor. Okay. And the reason why this is important is because Jukai, it goes up to Jukai, but we don't know any of the floors in between, right? Oh, I guess technically we need to know these too. Ichiman is okay. Sanman. Oh, I don't know about Sanman. Goman is fine. I'm so far all the mons, I'm assuming no change right now. I think they haven't introduced an exception. So I think they're going with the idea like, oh yeah, okay, you're fine with mons. Mons are fine. In before there's an exception, but usually they introduce the exception first and then fill in the gaps. But so far the mons stayed the same. Although I can't see myself ever saying nanaman. So I feel like so far no change, but there was only one unit that used man. So this is a question mark for the time being. Do we have any more counters? Oh, we have an expression that I feel I can use in the future. And I think this is a grammar point too. But I don't know where. Mo. right? Whoops. So mo with a tsu general counter. So like hitotsu, hitotsu. And in the context of ordering, so kudasai, right? So mo hitotsu. So I'm guessing you can still do all the other ones, which we should go over them, right? So hitotsu. Futatsu. Futatsu. Right. Mitsu. Yotsu. Itsutsu. Mutsu. Nanatsu. I think that's as far as we go. We don't have 8, 9, or 10. So no 8, 9, or 10 so far. It only goes up to Nanatsu. Can we gather it from another thing? There's another counter. We have... Oh, actually... I don't have one person. So, hito, right? The only hito we have is dari, and yonin. It's only 2. That's all we have. Futari and yonin. So I can't even imagine how to... Because you can't caress those. Like, you got futari and then you got tatsu. So you could say hitori. Oh wait, we do have hitori. What am I talking about? Really, really early on. Like hitori de. By yourself. Like hitori de. Right? Yeah, hitori. So if that's the case, right? No, I don't. Yeah, that's all we got. We can't bridge using this with san mitsu. It can't be like me nin or something. No. That doesn't work. That won't work. That's all we got for that counter. Is there any more counters? Are there any more counters? We got random like Yaku ones, but they're kind of all over the place. They're not, it's really incomplete. So for Hyaku right, for Hyaku we have Sanbyaku. These are old though. I don't know if we have anyone have new ones. Hatpyaku is probably possibly the new one, right? Hatpyaku. Hyaku is substitute for 100. Nihyaku? That sounds alright. And then Sanbyaku. Yonhyaku. 500. Don't know about do. Oh wait, it might be Dopyaku. No, I'm not sure about that one. Maybe. Dopyaku? Dopyaku? That's a question mark. Nanahyaku. Hatpyaku. Kyuhyaku. So that's fine. Pretty sure this one is the new one. And I think that's good enough. Which leaves us with an hour or two to talk about other things. I honestly think if I say, I think I got more than 80%. I don't know if I got to 90%. Pretty sure I got over 80% of the vocabulary in section 3 only. Like just section 3. I can't tell you how it's become incredibly difficult to not spend time throwing in old vocabulary. So like the problem with this approach is if I lose organization, right? If I lose organization, a lot of time will be not really outputting something that tells me that what percentage of the stuff I learned from the previous section. Is I could fill in my time. We could spend like 16 hours plus listing all the other vocabulary that I'm avoiding saying. So it's actually become even hard. It become a lot increasingly more difficult to avoid older vocabulary than it is to remember the new vocabulary. So we're gonna have to change this up. I cannot do this anymore. It is incredibly difficult to sort this out. There's just so much vocabulary. Every time I say like one word, like goat, I'm thinking of like 50 more things that isn't in this section. So it's kind of difficult. I don't think this is manageable anymore. I think in the future, we're going to do like scenes. We're gonna focus on scenes for the future. This is what Anki is for? No, because you're relying on the tool. So what I mean is that's not what Anki is for. That's literally what I'm not trying to do. Granola. That's what I'm doing now is literally trying not to do what Anki does. As in trying to have something remind me and segregate the thing. Like the whole point of this review is to literally not use a tool to assist me. So it is useful when I start up Duolingo. Like I don't need Anki. I can start up Duolingo and it's all segregated for me. It only takes like 10 minutes to bootstrap one unit and you get all the vocabulary. It's all there. And 70 to 80% of the vocabulary is already listed in Duolingo. So the only thing, usually the things that are omitted are the predicates. So I already went over the predicates. So the whole goal of this task is to literally not use Anki. Like, and I can't do it anymore. So that means I have to come up with a new strategy. I need to come up with a new strategy that is manageable. I would hate to look. You know what would be interesting, Granola? I wonder what an English speaker's Anki looks like. And what I mean by an English speaker's Anki, I mean, what would my English Anki look like? I don't even think Anki itself will be useful anymore. like what I mean is, I mean, if recalling many words is unmanageable, people usually outsource it to Anki. True. Yet, when they outsource it, it also doesn't mean that they can recall it. Like, it wouldn't translate to doing this. So what I mean is, if I told the person, hey, can you summarize your Anki deck right now? I'll give you a blank canvas and tell me, what are you working on right now? Tell me the weakest words you have and the strongest words you have. And then organize them from weakest to strongest. Right? That's unaided. It's unmanageable right now because I'm not doing it. So the people who are outsourcing it to Anki is literally not doing this. They are outsourcing it to Anki. So I can pull up my device and do it. I'm not saying it's bad or good. Like, it doesn't matter if it's unmanageable. Like in science, I need a resource. I need a reference. When you look up like gas constants or density numbers, you don't like store them in your head. I mean, some people can, like, the vast geniuses in the world can probably remember all those, but I don't store like phone numbers. So I do have phones and stuff. However, it is unmanageable. Right? It is unmanageable, and I totally understand that. And people usually outsource it to a device, and I do that too. So now, because I know that recalling many words is unmanageable now, I need to develop a prioritization. How do I prioritize words that I can demonstrate and measure roughly what I want to get, right? So now we're gonna have to focus on conversation topics. So in the next, which leads me to my next section, right? Am I done? Yeah. Oh no, I'm supposed to cover changes to Duolingo. Let's talk about these things, and then I'll go over what I'm gonna do in the future. That's where we're gonna talk about it. We're switching up how we're gonna do our next like day 126. We're gonna switch up how we're gonna do 126 again. The newest thing that I really wanted to make sure I did well enough was the grammar section, the grammar recall. So this part I wanted to make sure I nail. So I'm pretty satisfied with this section, and all the predicates from section 3. So I'm pretty satisfied with this. The rest was like, there was no way. I didn't have enough time, so it's okay. Now let's go over. We have to go over changes first because it impacts how I thought about my performance. So one thing for sure is the biggest changes in Duolingo, right, during this period. One thing changed was the structure change. Duolingo had a structure change, and it split. So it split the units. And usually they try to pick two units that are kind of related, right? Or in a way, they're trying to lump them together. And I can definitely see splitting them up makes the units stand out on its own. However, in this unit, what is also unique to Duolingo sometimes in section 3 so far is some of the units are unified by mechanics. And they're not unified by theme. So it was higher this time around. And I realized that it is a lot more difficult for me to compartmentalize the mechanics. And what I mean by mechanics is it would be, so the unit theme would be negative adjectives, right? Negative adjectives. And they do try to give a overall theme. And that's kind of the whole, like, Duolingo not providing context, you know, it's contextless and stuff, right? And I do remember those words better, actually. So I do remember the words better because I have to make the theme. I have to make the themes. The downside is the organization falls apart. So I don't know where the words belong to. Like, is unit 13, it broke down a lot. But prior to mechanics, section 2 and section 1, they prioritize the theme of the grouping. And those themes are quite unique because there's no overlap. Nowadays, I have a foundation of words that will overlap in any given theme. So now it's really hard to segregate them, and I'm not going to try anymore. That's what the management part is. It's not that I don't know the words, I don't want to organize them anymore. They're kind of like gelled together. And there was quite a lot of mechanical things, like expressing what you want to do, expressing what you don't want to do, instead of saying like how to have a nice time outside or going on a date or things like that. So it kind of started getting a little rough. And when they split up the units, it becomes even more obvious that one of the units is a mechanical unit and the other unit was kind of like the quote-unquote story themed thing. And now it gets really confusing because I thought like the one that deals with vacation, right? The one that deals with vacation is the unit on past tense things. So the unit that's labeled to use the past tense is largely about cruise, like going on a boat. So that structure difference I was trying to work around. Also, it screwed up. I had to adjust my schedule multiple times. So there were I had weaker units and stronger units. I was trying to figure out what kind of schedule I wanted. So some of the days I only spent 1 day on a unit, and then some of which are the weaker units in my opinion, and the stronger units are the ones I spent 2 days on the units. And these units typically have approximately 15 elements, right? And when I mean 15 elements, I mean 15 novel elements. They could have upwards to 20 points, like things that you can have that recur or not so recur. And then you have 15 elements, actual novel elements. So doing that per day, honestly, I am impressed. I'm impressed by people who pull up their Anki deck and say that they can cruise through 30 kanji in a day, right? And be satisfied with their element of their kanji or something like that. This pace was absurd. So I was trying to adjust to this pace and I'm like, it's kind of good. So I did it for maybe like 4 of the units, and then I backed off near the end. I'm like, no. We got to go the 2-day schedule because this is absurd. Like I can't maintain this. The pace is too rough, even for myself. So we split up to 2 days, and then every Thursday we would try to get rest up because half days are very short. So I was stuck between days being too short days being too short, and then certain days being too long. I'm still adjusting. I'm still adjusting to that at the moment. And there's another thing that fell by the wayside due to the change, which was I was gonna start having dialogues, internal monologues. Not really internal, but I was gonna try to spend more time outputting Japanese with myself. So talking through things in Japanese. But that fell by the wayside when this happened. And then another thing that discouraged me from this was, yeah, a lot of it was mechanical. There was a lot of mechanical things in the earlier situation where I already had problems outputting in general. So it was pretty involved. And then the structure change pushed it even further. So I stopped doing that. I still do it internally. I think about, I see. So you can probably say this instead in your head, but I was gonna try to actively try to output it, and that's not coming along too much. So that kind of changed due to Duolingo. And then there was another change that was kind of minor. Duolingo practices outside of the hearts practice require HP. So I don't know how I feel about that. Generally, if someone is practicing kana and kanji, I disagree with this, putting HP constraints on kana and kanji, but that was actually a silent addition as well. I did not see, so I got a chance with the 3-day super as well, the 3-day super, to go back to section 2, and I didn't see anything new. So there weren't any, like, no noticeable differences. And I didn't have anyone tell me there was any noticeable differences as well. So that's fine. Was there anything else that changed? The biggest was the structure change. I still like it. Something to note though. I'm starting to get the idea, like I'm starting to resonate with understanding that some errors, right? Some errors in even approximation of pronunciation is noticeably repetitious, as in it can really be bothersome, and even for me it can be a little tough. And weird flex, I like to think that my patience is a little bit above average when it comes to these kind of things, but I think the average person would find these incredibly deal breakers. Things like suitachi, right? Suitachi. And there was a new one now. What is it? Oh, no, that's not it. Just kidding. It's right. It's Jukai. Jukai is not correct either. So, and then these things come up so much because of how kanji section tries to nail you on subtleties. But the problem with that is if you have a section dedicated to subtleties, as in like overlapping reads and slight euphonic changes, these things become increasingly noticeable. It would be different. It would feel less abrupt psychologically if you were not focused on minor differences, like subtle differences. So I hope, and I already got teased because this continues. Anything with the days, and I totally understand why there's a problem with some of these counters, because days of the week suck. And it overlaps with like other different reads, but man, it's super distracting. It's even distracting for myself. So hopefully, maybe, wishful thinking, they go back and spot finish those. You might be thinking, well, would they? Here's the thing, right? In the lessons, these same things, it's 50-50. It's 50-50. It's 50-50. As in, there are lessons like these that are accurate. However, the kanji section is not. And the kanji section is new. So it might be like a interaction thing. WaniKani WaniKani isn't free. So, Gally, just to throw it out there. And this part has little to do with what WaniKani does most of the time, and the kanji section Duolingo is exceptional. This is a minor thing to me, but it's also a QC thing. I'm sure if I decided to use WaniKani the same way I'm using Duolingo, I would be able to find just as many idiosyncrasies, because products are not perfect, right? And they're ongoing development. And I'm guessing WaniKani is also. I really like Tofuku, and WaniKani is provided by Tofuku, but it also costs money. So keep that in mind as well. Let's see. What else did I notice? That's it. Yeah, so they're still actively changing the kanji section. And I don't know if they're going to do more structure things. I think the new structure, in my opinion, the review, the pools. Oh, we need to talk about the pools. So the new structure introduces you. So you have N1, which is the lesson 1. So 6 lessons, right? 6 lessons. It introduces you a new thing. This has some unique prompts. Okay. And then the rest don't. So the rest are like R1, and then you get like a half R2. So 3 lessons, 6 and 6. And then you get a personalized practice, right? Which is 3 out of 3. And then then the trophy, the one-time trophy. So 1 lesson trophy. So this is a new setup. The thing is, there's something in common with all of these. All of these have prompts that overlap. So I don't think the prompt pool is large enough at the moment. And yeah, I understand. Some people are like, well, this is already slow. I want to go fast because I can somehow magically blitz through this uneducated and learn all of it in less than a day, like in 1 hour. It's like, okay, that's fine. Perfectly fine. So I'm only talking about myself then. I actually think if they increase the prompt variety, hopefully in the future, that's what I'm wishful thinking, and turning this into a 6 as opposed to a 3, right? And I actually think when you get to section 3 and on, the personalized practice needs a bigger pool. They don't cover it enough. This only covers a range of like 2 to 3 units. And not long enough. So personalized practice is very limited. When you get to section 3, you're responsible for over 1,700 words. Or where I am now. You're getting like at least 1,500 plus, and it's actually kind of difficult. to even have a just speaking for myself, obviously. I don't speak for people who constantly in my opinion, they overestimate how well their memories are. But going back to a 666 structure is perfectly reasonable, in my opinion, provided their prompts get a larger pool. It would be cool, like on the list, is they add new formats. There are new formats. I think overall, in terms of formats, that's pretty much game mechanics, right? So, sure, one could say you could go two different ways of app development. Lots of times people talk about like the whole quantity versus quality arguments. However, within considering quantity and quality, there's also compartmentalization, right? And this is going with the idea of repetitious versus dynamics. So what I'm really emphasizing is reducing repetitious and increasing dynamics. In this case, increasing dynamics still requires an increase in quantity, but the quantity is specifically talking about the types of prompts. So the vocabulary themselves and the construction of the vocabulary themselves don't necessarily have to increase. I think the volume is already incredibly big. Like you get a lot of volume already. Some people argue like, oh no, it's like drop feeding you and stuff. It's like, no, I very much disagree, considering the average number of elements you can have per day. If you're learning 30 things a day, you are still learning 30 things in Duolingo a day if you wanted to, right? The quality of that is definitely left to be desired. One is mind-numbingly repetitious to most people, and the other stuff they're doing is dynamically adjusted to them. So their Anki decks are adjusted to their particular preferences. I don't think the perception that they have that they're learning this more things per volume is the determining factor. It's more the engagement part. So to me, they don't have to necessarily increase their volume of the speed of their vocabulary and their grammar introduction, but rather be like a roguelike game, right? The roguelike game's richness and replayability is due to the emergentness of the dynamics of the pool. So it would be interesting to see if they add more things into the pool. I still haven't gotten to the point where stories are added to the pool of whatever it's doing. But the one time around in section 2 when they introduced like chat and response things and fill in the blank, that was fire, basically. I said that so awkwardly. It changed up the game, right? It changed up the thing. Personally, I think introducing more as it's going, which requires R&D and all that stuff, and increase the, what it means is it also needs more Q&A, like QCing. So while I'm saying, oh, maybe they should correct these things, or hopefully they should correct the kanji things, that's a minor inconvenience to the overall product than making trying to find a new mechanical way of representing the same information and bootstrapping that. Because if you can introduce one new mechanic, all the content you already have gets multiplied by that mechanic. So to me, a way to accentuate, elevate quantity while trying to minimize the decrease in quality is investing in a dynamic, a new mechanic that allows you to reuse all the permutations you already have. That's kind of what roguelike games do, right? And indie developers, that's how they design their games, to maximize engagement without having to create novel, unique things, like needing to do more research in the sense of, oh yeah, we need to put in more grammar points and we need to put in more vocabulary. If one can engage with a recycling or re-image, perspective shifts can create that novelty, in my opinion. Why is it interesting to watch the same playthrough of the same game that you've already played or seen another person play? It's a repackaging. And repackaging is the presentation, the mechanics that are involved. Hey, dude, I don't think I've met someone who didn't say, who could confidently come up to me and say, I haven't been ever engaged in a repackaging of something I love, right? So for example, if you love seeing dogs, right, and you know what a dog does it stop you from seeing different dogs do the same thing? That's kind of the thing I'm coming at here. I think the pool needs to be bigger, the pool of prompts, not the content. I think they're moving plenty fast. In my opinion, I actually think people are trying to rush through it and skip through it because the pool is too redundant. Yeah, cat videos, give me cat videos. Bunny videos, give me bunny videos. Like, I can watch like 20 of the same dog flop on the floor, and they'll be like slightly different, but it's still the same concept. So I think that's, in my opinion, that's what I'm feeling right now. I don't think people need to move any faster. They need to be encouraged to move slower, in my opinion. Like, give them a reason to move slower through the content, right? In the long run, I actually think those people will learn, will intuitively learn more than less. I think the repetitious nature of the lack of variety within the content is causing people to want to run for the fastest thing, the next fastest thing. And that does involve Anki. Anki is very fast. Wanikani is, I actually don't know. I should look at a video tutorial Wanikani, huh? I saw the diagrams and stuff, but I didn't actually watch anyone literally use Wanikani, like how quickly and how varied it is. And Wanikani is strictly like designed in a different way, right? And its target audience is probably quite substantially different. I would be one of the target audience for sure. Obviously I can't stream it though, so it's kind of one of the conflicts of interest. Yeah, I think that's my remark on the changes of Duolingo. There wasn't too many changes this time around, which is great and bad at the same time. I love changes. I don't care, like, honestly, if they get worse, I still like changes. This changes make me excited. I like to constantly be adjusted to something. If I get too comfortable, I stop learning. I legitimately, it's the, I don't know if it's true for other people. If you can resonate with me, when things get old, I stop learning and I move on. I find new things. So if Duolingo continues to consistently be old, then yeah, I will go to Anki. Yeah, I will use something else, because if I'm not engaged, it doesn't matter how rich the content is, I can't engage myself in it. And that is saying a lot. If I can get engaged, like for someone like me, I actually think I'm doing quite a lot of engagement outside of things. So I can only imagine what it's like for someone who doesn't like to engage themselves with things they don't have to be doing or things they want to be doing. So they probably move on a lot faster. It's fast, you use both, but Wanikani has so much, it probably would take 2 years just to get through based on their schedule. The rate I'm going, Callie, the rate I'm going, Wanikani sounds slow, and I would probably outgrow Wanikani because I spent just as long already on Duolingo, so I probably wouldn't complete Wanikani either. Because I'm here now, and you might be thinking, oh yeah, it's day 104, but this is different. We're talking about like a long time each day. So my Duolingo projections in terms of quote unquote how long, you said years, it's hard to let's say like 2 hours a day. If I were going at 2 hours a day on Duolingo, it would still take me close to 2 years. Right now, it's not that. However, it is repetitious. So Wanikani might not be repetitious 2 years, right? So that's kind of a thing. I'll still continue to see how long it'll take to do this. Section 3, I'm on section 3, section 3 unit 15, and section 3 has 95 units or something like that. And if I'm spending 2 days on a unit, that is 150 days before the end of section 3. And then section 4 has 85 units. So again, double that. That's another 160 plus days. That leaves me with an additional year. So it's still like a year and a half for me to go through the thing the way I'm going through it. For most people, the quality of their hours vary as well. So I'm not saying I'm having a higher quality value. I don't actually know. I don't measure myself. I didn't measure myself trying to use Duolingo like other people and then use Duolingo like ideally the way I am. So I don't concern myself with other people's methods a lot of times when it comes to that. You spend about 10 to 20 minutes a day with Wanikani because they limit you with the SRS system. I see. And use Bushu for about 30 to 45 minutes, and then plus Anki. That sounds great. Do you only have like an hour and a half each day or something? Are you capped as well? Because if you use like, oh, you mean plus Anki, so Bushu and Anki put together for 30 to 45 days. So you set yourself an hour a day, right? In total. And you're using multiple methods. That sounds reasonable. I am currently doing about 6 to 8 hours of Duolingo streaming, and half that time is about discussing things. So I would say roughly 3 to 4 hours of Duolingo usage. And then in the evening, I am doing microdosing. So not Bushu, not Anki, more on the side of comprehensible input for like another 3 to 4 hours each day. Yeah, so I kind of need more. I can't help it. I see. I like that. I like your way of mixing it up. Do you are you synchronizing the things, or are you in different places? Like, so are you synchronizing your Anki material with the Bushu material and then the Wanikani material? You like seeing the differences between Bushu and Duolingo? That's excellent. I have no doubts that you are probably far more involved and engaged when you're using more than one tool and you're comparing and contrasting while using the tool. That is fantastic. I am trying to find something to branch out to in the future that is stream friendly, so I can like draw comparisons and stuff. It would be kind of fun to get, you know, if someone was interested. I have contacted the devs of some places because some people said that, oh yeah, it's a solo dev. Like for example, Renshu, no reply at the moment, but it would be interesting to see if I could get there. Like, oh, is it okay, kind of thing. Bushu has a vocab, but I use Aki to add phrase repetition. Okay. With Bushu vocabulary. I see. Helps with retention. Fair enough. Fair enough. Alright. Steady as she goes, right? As much as I'm looking for lots of different approaches, 100 days to me is very, very minimal investment in something for myself personally, right? I've been evaluating stuff as big as language learning or any type of product can go beyond any like it makes language learning seem very reasonable. My criteria for understanding things is fairly involved. What is the last topic? Let's get to the last topic so then I can like wrap up today. Maybe do like one lesson. So this was the summary, right? So we went through changes, schedule. Oh, I need to go through schedule now. So things changed. We already talked about that. We reviewed what routine was, you know, useful and what wasn't useful. We're not going to talk about bigger picture. We're not going to have time for bigger picture. I'm like incredibly exhausted. So for schedule, what are we going to do in the future? Right? Let's talk about things in the future, because we got to swap it up again and we don't want to get too stagnant. So the future stuff. What is the schedule change right now? We are going to move Duolingo Japanese to a half-day schedule. So every single day is going to be a half-day. And what does half-day mean? It means every unit is going to be broken up into 2 days. The introduction day and then the review day. Right, so the introduction day will be 12 lessons. 11 out of 12. So leave 1 to carry over. And it'll have 15 minutes of whatever kanji shows up from the kanji section. 15 minutes, right? So that's day 1, introduction day 1. And then day 2 will be completing of this. So the 1 out of 12, 15-minute kanji section. And then the 3 out of 3 personalized practice. And then the 3 out of 3 summary review. Plus the trophy. So all of Duolingo Japanese is going to be moved to a half-day schedule for each day. Now, I still have something that's ongoing that will kind of flex in for now. But now, starting tomorrow, The other half day is Duolingo Mandarin. And these both are from using the common language is English. We're going to use the common language of English. That's important to note because this will change in the future as well. So for Duolingo Mandarin, it's the other half day, right? And we're going to mirror this if I haven't looked at it yet. But for the time being, we have no ability to ascertain what that half day is going to be like. But the half day is going to be dedicated to setting up a schedule. So we got to fill out what my routine is, because some things might take longer. My output might be slowed down. So we're going to work on measuring how the output is, right? Measuring inputs and then how that's coupled with output, right? It can go much slower. There are things we need to pay attention to. My own background. So this can go way slower. Mandarin can end up going way slower. I have more to say. So I have more things to say. More things. There are a lot more things. My background is stronger in Mandarin. I even have intuition about Mandarin. So that can slow the process down. This is very rigid and robotic because largely when I'm learning something, it's contextless and I'm providing the context. So I'm going through the same, like very similar foundational things, but my approach to Mandarin can be very startlingly different. So what we're focusing on now is we're seeing how long things take and maybe how well I transition from this to that. Also, it's always going to be in this order. It's going to be Japanese first, then Mandarin second. Mandarin is going to be a soft landing for now. And Japanese is still going to be a hard enter. So what I'm saying about that is a hard enter means it's the beginning of the day. You have to settle in. But that's usually the thing we're most used to. And then Mandarin is soft landing because you're going to lean into it, but we're going to trail off in our fatigue. One thing, the reason why I'm noting this is because there's a chance I might do them back and forth. Like back and forth. So maybe I'll swap it where, Mandarin comes first, Japanese second. Then the next day, Mandarin, Japanese first, Mandarin second. Orders do matter in terms of your fatigue. Thanks, Jack. Thanks. Appreciate it. Kind words. So this stuff is like lesson planning. You have to work on lesson planning. And usually I like to get warmed up. So now Japanese will be the warm up. And then we have to figure out what Mandarin is going to be like. What's going on? I'm back. Went to get food. You're going to learn Mandarin? Yeah, we're going to start the Mandarin course starting tomorrow. Actually, wait, tomorrow is Wednesday. Yeah, tomorrow. So here's things that I need to know. How much time am I going to dedicate to talking about Mandarin? Because right now it might not seem like it, but I have over thresholds and under thresholds on topics that I would talk about in Japanese, and how much I can push myself to know that I can still meet my schedule needs, right? Meet my schedule needs without going over, because I need to make sure that I'm rested by the next day. So Mandarin is going to be a wild card at the moment. Ideally, I want to get it to about the same pace as Japanese. Things we have to consider is that the Mandarin course is shorter, right? Is shorter, so the pace might not be the same, right? And also, there's also the beginning thing where in Japanese, you had nomaji, and then you had furigana concerns. In Mandarin, when I'm looking at Duolingo, there's also, quote unquote, pinging and limited pinging. Basically, they went from, if you have full pinging, it has all of the syllables, and then limited is the ones where it's only the new pinging that gets written. However, I do have the goal of needing to know this. And this is a different dimension that is different from Japanese, right? Japanese is nomaji, and furigana is a little bit less dynamic than the bridge between pinging and the Roman alphabet, right? And I specifically have a special interest in pinging. So we'll see how that works out. There's a toggle that I see for both of these. And that will be this is a special like dedication of time in the beginning that I normalized when I was using nomaji and learning kana. So that's not in this structure yet. So when I started in the first 3 weeks of Japanese, it was a different thing. It was completely different, where I needed time for kana, right? So I expect to see this when I start Duolingo Mandarin, and I might need to channel outside sources and outside references for pinging, because I do want pinging. And then there's one last thing which probably won't come to play, and that's the whole traditional and simplified stuff, which I don't think that's going to come into play. I don't know yet. These are all assumptions. So that's what we're doing in the future, starting tomorrow actually. And there will be setup time for Duolingo Mandarin, because I don't really know what to expect, and that's exciting. So because of that, I'm doing more than one thing. I'm keeping all my approaches the same. So most of my the way I'm doing it now is I'm outputting, right, while I'm gaining input from Japanese. I'm going to approach Mandarin for the time being the same way I approach Japanese, where my input is still largely listening and reading, and my output is still vocalization and story building, right? So those are my main concerns. When it comes to output, I have to continue to contextualize. That's usually my main focus, contextualizing and vocalizing. Writing is at the beginning of each session. Any form of writing, English, be it English or Japanese. Right now I alternate. So the first day, the introduction day, after the introduction day, it'll be English as a writing output. And then after the second day, it'll be Japanese as a writing output for the vocabularies themselves. That's how I've been practicing writing over time. And I'll try to apply the same. So every time we're done with our Duolingo Japanese session, I'll take a break, come back, and I'll repeat the session mirrored for the Japanese for the Mandarin. So I'll take a mental reset and repeat this stuff and see how manageable it is, that type of thing. And the content itself will be refreshing on its own, so I won't have to juggle anymore for the time being. Meanwhile, we're gonna have to gather outside sources. So to mirror outside sources of Japanese, I'm going to need like a tofuku equivalent, right? So I'm gonna be collecting that over time. I'm sure I'm gonna be meeting people who have specific suggestions for that. So I'm gonna need some sort of to mirror what I'm doing, and then I'm gonna need a dedicated vlogger for comprehensive input. Slowly and surely we'll build up this way as well. And then we'll see if I learn anything new that I require for Mandarin that I could also use for Japanese, and vice versa. So for now though, all the experience I have that I think works and don't work, we're gonna apply it to Mandarin, right? And play it by ear. As a third very tiny point here is that I still have other things going on, like Neverwinter Online. So on Mondays, we're skipping Mandarin, right? We're skipping Mandarin on the half day for there's another 4 Mondays before I complete that. And we're gonna go for another, and we're gonna synchronize all the things. So it's another 25-day period, right? So we're gonna have this exact format, but maybe a little different between the two. I'm gonna try the 25-day format for Mandarin as a review, but I'm gonna have to half it. So I need to know how to cut these things shorter. Figure out how to organize shorter. And it would be day 125, well technically 126, and day 26 is the next time we're gonna do this review session, total recall session, and see how it goes. So starting tomorrow, we're already short 4 days because of super and stuff, and that's happened on day 50 as well. So this is how we're gonna. All right, these are some of my thoughts. Keep it fresh, right? Keep it fresh. There are so many things I do in the evening, so I want to emphasize this. I do a lot of things outside of Duolingo. The problem is I don't have the stamina to show them, right? The reason why I stopped streaming is because my voice gives out. My voice, I stopped using my eyes. Usually in my evenings, a lot of times I close my eyes, I only listen to things, and then sometimes I'm doing work and I'm not actually listening to anything but music and only relying on my typing. So I swap up the way I engage with the stuff a lot, but it's not very appropriate for content creation. It's like it would be like watching me do nothing or stare at the screen and say nothing for a while. So it's not a most engaging way of me learning. So all this, what I'm really practicing is also speaking. So all this stuff is part of a bigger future, I suppose. I want to be able to organize all this information, do all these things in the future for someone else. Like, that is kind of the goal. Like, I want to do this in some sort of professional capacity in the future. So I'm using my own experience in order to like kind of do a self-study on if this is going to work out. If it doesn't work out for myself, how am I going to express and teach it for other people, right? So for now, all of this stuff is unofficial, right? I keep telling people this is not an expert. It's not supposed to be offering for advice. It's one of those things to get people to think, to encourage people to look at their own study, and you can have fun doing this. I think this stuff is so fun. So one, what is the overall, hello there, Arashi. I'm about to end the day, maybe? It's midnight. We can squeeze in like one little teaser, right? One little teaser on Duolingo. Maybe. Nah, no, let's not push it. So let's end with a big message. What should I focus on? I want to, on the schedule. What was the schedule? So we went over what we're going to do in the future for now. And then the last thing we have to do is the big picture, the messages, right? If we had time, which we don't have time to like completely do it. So let's think of specific things. Sometimes I want to say, right, things are not ideal, right? Let's unpack this for a little. Things are not ideal. So when it is a thing you have to do, then yes, go for optimization, right? Go for optimization. Get her done. However, if it's a thing you choose / want to do, you gotta explore, man. Explore. Integrate. Play around. Right? Play around. That's kind of the idea, right? You're not there to make yourself spend less time. At least I don't think. You want to spend less time with the thing, right? And a lot of times it could be like, well, it's only, a side lateral movement in the logic is, well, it's only fun if I see progress. Right? That's kind of a big thing. Like, but that sounds like something you have to do. Right? You have to have progress. That's a have to. So oftentimes I like to encourage people that, well, if you're constantly exploring and you're constantly integrating and you're constantly playing around on something you choose and want, sometimes you don't ever even get to this question, right? Are you getting better at like, say you love Japanese or you love Mandarin. There's so many things you need to explore. There's so many exciting things you can add and subtract. there are lots of things to play around that often doesn't lead to becoming complacent. When you don't become complacent, you're less concerned about performance. Not necessarily because you don't want to. It's harder, right? If you're constantly always engaging in new things, playing with new things, exploring new things, it's actually really hard to know how to gauge progress. Now, you might be thinking, well, isn't that a bad thing? You don't know gauging progress? It's like, well, yes, it's a bad thing if you have to do it. However, the trade-off is if you focus on a singular thing, if you focus on a singular thing, right? Then you start crunching numbers. Because you can analyze things when you start grinding. You can when you start grinding. And you can see some of the numbers that I placed on my approach to Duolingo Japanese. You will start crunching numbers. The question you ask yourself is, when you're grinding and you're starting to crunch numbers, is it because you have to or you want to? For me, it's super interesting. Like, I legitimately like comparing things, like comparing the numbers, my expectation, or like things from my Duolingo experience and then outside, and then experimenting with new things. I'm actively using the numbers to crunch and explore and play around some more, right? It is not an obligation to optimize. Not an obligation to optimize. When you're getting her done, your job, right? Getting paid, all that stuff. Yes, these are mandatory for optimization. If you find, in my opinion, if you find yourself slowly concerning yourself with numbers, there's a point in which you can ask yourself, do I want to do this for a living? Right? That's the question most people encounter at this point. And when you decide to say, yes, I do, you enter a state of optimization. And when you enter a state of optimization, the mindset is different. Now, to maintain, it sounds almost predeterministic. However, it can be balanced. I've seen many creative ways to balance this. My comment here is to give someone a focus to understand that when you actively decide to optimize something, your mindset will slowly change. So the requirements to stay satisfied are different, right? So be aware. In my opinion, I'm trying to highly encourage people to be aware that once something you want to do becomes something you have to do, expecting to feel the same way you used to about something that it is not anymore can be very dangerous. For example, hating the thing you used to love because it's something you have to do. So what does that look like? Well, let's use Duolingo as an example. That's how shared with me about maintaining the streak, right? Streak is a great one. There is a point in which the streak becomes a grind, and the grind is something you have to do, as opposed to the streak is a benefit for your desire to use Duolingo above it, right? But this is like the cascade. It's not a bad or a good thing unless it's becoming a bad, like the downstream effectors. You have to understand if it is sustainable or not, right? And a lot of times it's this process is so slow. It's slow and steady that eventually you'll get to a point where someone says, wait a minute, I'm not having fun anymore, or I don't even know why I'm doing this in the first place. I'm using Duolingo as an example, but it can be transferable to anything. So oftentimes I do these types of exercises, which is today. Why do I do this? Why do I have progress reports with myself, right? Progress reports. I think one thing that is deficient by default, when it comes to self-study, is you are not being held accountable for anything. You do not hold yourself accountable. It's not... Understand, there is some accountability that you hold to yourself, but there isn't an outside obligatory power that you do not have control over. So for example, when you go to school, right, what is the obligatory accountability? Tests, exams, right? So self-study in my opinion is boosted by an efficacy to stay self-aware. And one of the ways to become self-aware is a necessity to at least output something reasonably in a reasonable time frame to provide perspective on whether the thing you're doing now is either a thing you have to do or a thing that you want to do. And with that also comes with everything after, right? The thing that we're concerned about when it comes to language learning is comprehensibility. I think that is fairly okay to say. The vast majority of people are interested in comprehensibility. The prerequisite for the usefulness of input to provide a consistent output, before you get to all these downstream effectors, right? You have to be able to self-assess. This is in the scope of self-study. What a lot of people ideally would want is an external method of feedback that obligates you to adapting, right? But that feedback is not the same as self-study. What does this look like? Living environment, right? Japan, you have to buy food. That's an obligated feedback. Your efficiency on your output and your input is dependent on an outside force that gives you feedback indirectly or directly. You know, school, a Japanese friend. Well, we have to remember that most of us, like myself, are self-studying. So your approach and stuff upstream of all your comprehensibility, like your Ankis, your Bushus, and you can, like, Anki, Bushu might have someone who's like invested from an external sense, possibly, like you can go to the forums and stuff, but these are loose at best. They're not your survivability, right? They're not your survivability or anything you have to do, right? Have to do. So while you're measuring your inputs, you have to adjust periodically, right? Because you're self-studying by self-assessing and then continuing to redefine, right? Redefine your comprehensibility. Your input when you start as a person who's self-made, self-successful, that starting input is not the same over a period of time. It begins to be refined and continuously changing because you have to determine when do you output for assessment. And this is a contentious point because there are people who believe that if you input and trust doing all of the above, output will come naturally. That's true. Like that is true, but you have this, the key phrase here is all of the above. So you're someone who has limited resources, limitless resources, limitless financial things, you know, complete accessibility, then yes, you can trust the input to, you don't need to optimize. No optimization of input because you're doing everything. So you trust the process. This is trusting the process, right? Trusting the process to come out. And that's all right. If you're in the ideal situation where you don't have to pick what type of input, you don't have to manage what type of input, and you simply input all of the above. What is so special about going to Japan? You don't have to think about the input. It's all of the above, right? And that means you have the resources, you know, time, money. So you don't have to concern yourself with output. In fact, the input itself is almost mandatorily causing you to make output. It's actually legitimately doing both at the same time. When you're self-studying and you're not in this ideal situation, establishing a really, really monthly thing to reevaluating specific things, right? Comprehensive inputs actually keeps you excited, in my opinion. It's likely to keep you excited. It keeps you conditioned to improve, not to grind and become complacent, right? And it makes you get used to the idea, like, oh yeah, now I got to change it up again. Oh yeah, now I got to change it a little bit more up again, and then a little bit more. Not like cold turkey. You're not flashing through like, oh, now I'm gonna drop Duolingo this month. I'm gonna drop Anki next month. I'm gonna drop Bushu next month. It's okay. I learned something from Anki. I'm going to try to do that and see how it boosts Duolingo. And then Duolingo does something. Maybe it's involved in Bushu. And what happens over time is, regardless of the tool you're using, you become all the tools. You begin to be aware, or keep awareness of everything each tool is doing for you. And you don't have to be an analytical genius. You're listing what you observe, and those things become very obvious to you. Like, oh yeah, okay, so Bushu is definitely nailing this stuff for me. Anki is definitely nailing this stuff. And then immediately when you start thinking in the future, it's like, wait a minute, okay, I'm really weak on this. Which tool and which skill sets do I have that best match this deficiency? And that's coming from someone who, if you're someone who wants to be self-studying most of your skills and being self-assessing, building all your foundations in how to accurately measure yourself, or finding out how to measure yourself. I think finding out how to measure yourself, improving that, is a lifesaver. How to measure, like, what I'm basically saying is practicing critical thinking, and in critical thinking with problem solving. So in the future, you won't even have to, in my opinion, you are less likely to be worried about, wait, what if I don't know how to do this? Like, well, you will know how to figure it out, right? And self-assessment and a reinvestigation, inputting again and an outputting, that's what obligation does for you. It's what I believe is the working model for formal education, not the context of the formal education. You could be a math major, you could be a science major, you could be a psychology major, what have you. One thing that doesn't resonate with most people when they leave formal education is that you lose all the structure. You don't have anything in self-study to hold you accountable. If you went through school and you think you didn't learn from that structure, you didn't learn from like the discipline or the things you have to do, then you start to fail at your jobs, you start failing at your career, you stop being less professional. That type of thing is indicative of someone who didn't extract things that work for them or not. They didn't self-assess, right? If you got an F on a test, it is a form of assessment of yours. Improve it. It's not about getting A's, it's about improving from your baseline. So if you're constantly inputting and you're relying on your ability to assess yourself over time, like, I'm feeling good today, what does that mean? Like, ask yourself, if you say you're feeling good, can you explain to another person, what does feeling good mean? If you're able to do that in any sensitive way consistently, there's no doubt in my mind that you'll accurately constantly adjust your comprehensibility, the way you're getting your input, to anything. We use comprehensible input in the sense of language learning because we're in a language learning situation. However, skills work phenomenally the same way, like with a lot of hand waving, because there are also physical limitations and whatnot. Same to language learning. Outside of that, I honestly think when someone tells me, oh yeah, I do this, and I do this, and then I follow by this, that sounds like someone who has gone through many periods of self-assessment and also comprehensive input. Like input, and then they measured at some point their output, right? It's great when you don't have to think about it. My take-home message here is, if you invest in yourself, this is when you're self-studying, that self-assessment is an investment in yourself. So you are your motivator. If you want a piece of motivation that allows you to feel good about what you're doing, oftentimes when things fail, you still feel good about it because you know why it failed, and then you know how to change it when you self-assess. When you don't self-assess, you basically do something that someone said and you have no idea why it didn't work. And what does that feel like? Well, you're either a person who takes accountability and say, I suck, and then wallow in the corner and continue to suck your life away, or you blame the person who you didn't evaluate their product or their approach. So you're both accountable. But oftentimes, in order to protect one's own ego, you have to deflect the blame. It's not my problem. It's the problem that that person's method sucked, right? Move it along. We're moving on to a new method. Well, here's the thing. How do you advise another person in the future? How do you teach another person in the future? Well, when you go around and say, oh yeah, this product sucks because the people who make the product sucks. And then you go and talk to the stranger, and the stranger's like, well, it works for these guys. Why didn't it work for you? It's like, it's because the product sucked. It's the developer's fault. Like, well, can you tell me how you failed? Like, well, I failed. I wasn't paying attention, right? And then you have these like comments like, oh, I was bored. Okay, so if you were bored, why didn't you stop? Do you know how you were bored? It's like, oh, you know, it's mind numbing. It's like, it sounds like you didn't self-assess. So you not only feel betrayed, you stuck with it long enough to even form an unhealthy relationship with it. That's kind of doing input for so long that you did not decide to output anything in order to tell yourself if it's actually working. So that's kind of my 2 cents here. I do these streams for myself personally. Like, it's not to anyone else. Not really. I love to hear if anyone does this also in their own time, and I would love to compare and contrast techniques. And if it inspires you to smile about doing this, I think that is the truest goal of all of this. If you think that you admire my dedication, I want to even tell you that you can be just as enthusiastic as I am about your own improvements and progress. All your failures, all your mistakes are also steps to wonderful progress and refinement. You cannot do one or the other in exclusive nature. You cannot succeed without understanding what doesn't work, right? What does work, you can't understand. If it only things that work, how do you know when it doesn't work, right? There are things that you need assessment for. And it would be fantastic if there was a quote unquote perfect system, or a buddy that you have, you know, the people who have input trust, the one that has all of the above, like a teacher that cares about you. Yeah, and you just happen to be living in the country of your target language, and you're surrounded by friends who would slow down and talk to you and provide constant feedback. And then you wouldn't alienate anyone because you're learning, and you wouldn't feel isolated and alone in a country that ostracizes people. Like, there are tons of things in order for this to work, and that's outside of your control. So if you're tough enough, in my opinion, like if you like to learn that way, by all means, go ahead. In other ways, you don't have to be the most thickest skinned, the most dedicated person. I'm not that dedicated. I really, earnestly am not trying to sound like an imposter here. I'm really not that dedicated in the terms of how people think. The thing that makes me incredibly interesting about these things is every so often I tell myself and I think about what I've done, And then every so often, I constantly change it up. You don't have to always look, the thing doesn't always have to look the same. If it works, it ain't broke. Yes, get her done. If it works, there's room for improvement for the things you want to do. There's always room for more. Be greedy with the things you want to do. You can't afford to be greedy on the things you have to do. So yes, stick with the optimized things. Take your advice. Find the optimal path for things that are non-negotiable. But when you're doing something you love, in my opinion, try not to glass ceiling yourself by falling into the pitfalls of what you have to do. When people tell you you have to do something or something you want to do, that is a job. That is an obligation. It will suck the life out of the things you want, in my opinion. It will stop preventing you from being creative. The things you love, creativity is what, like, it's the golden, like, apple, right? The things you love enables you to be creative. It's the thing in your own rights. You get to create the thing in your image. So having someone dictate what that image looks like is kind of counterintuitive. When you're working for a boss or you're trying to save people's lives, yes, there is an image you must maintain, right? You must save lives and whatnot. But when you're actively creating and doing what you want, do yourself a favor. It can be incredibly rewarding to find out, yo, you slammed it out of the park. Like, you performed way better than you thought. Let's see how we can get better. Let me decide how we can get better. Let's keep going, right? You are talking to yourself. You are self-assessing. And if you want to share it with the world, maybe you can get a few buddies along the way and say, good job, my man. Like, that's a great thing. It's extra though. It's extra, right? And that's kind of a great way to segue into pretty much the take-home message. There's no greater cheerleader than yourself when you're doing something you want. Okay? I think that enthusiasm is harnessed by how creative you can be and how refreshing you can keep the thing you love, to heart. The moment it stagnates, there is a high potential chance that you may want to self-assess and try to refresh it. Work and all that stuff, you're using the thing you love to fuel for the things you have to do. Work can be colorless. Things that you have to do can be colorless, and you need energy for that. Why, in my opinion, would you spend the time that you want to do something to sap that energy away, even if it's learning a language, right? If learning a language is sapping your energy away, what happens when you go to work? You'll lose even more energy, and then you go back to the thing you want and it demands even more energy from you. So yeah, sometimes the most efficient way, focusing on progress, focusing on numbers, you do that enough. If you have a job and you have family and whatnot, that's already good enough, right? At least in my opinion. So that's the take-home message I want to end up with. Why can I do this for 8 hours straight? Because I'm investing in myself, and I like to believe I'm investing in one or two people in the world who really needs to, in my opinion, needs to hear that when you're doing something you want, you don't have to be concerned with how you do it and what you do it. You choose whatever suits your fancy when it's the thing you want to do. And then you leave the things you have to do for that time. And it can make it refreshing, because then you're like, all right, I need some consistency in my life. Let's go and work a job. Great. The job gives me a reward. It gets me paid. That's awesome. Now, when you come home, you're doing something different, right? It's a different feel. You're constantly switching up your schedule, or like the feel of your schedule. You don't bring your work to home, and you don't technically do the same thing you have at home at your work. So what happens is everything feels different. Your day doesn't feel like you're doing the same thing again and again. Like, work was tiring. Maybe I'm gonna skip studying today. Like, maybe I should skip studying, learning a language today. Because when you say that, in my opinion, you're treating studying Japanese the same as doing work. You need energy to study Japanese, but you also need energy to work. So then eventually something is going to give. Which one do you think it's going to give first? It's the thing that's optional. And the disheartening thing is that optional thing is probably the thing, when done in this way, in my opinion, or something similar in this way, will provide a higher performance for the things you have to do, and vice versa, right? It's a feedback loop. It's kind of like, how do you make money? Spend money. How do you get smart? Be smart first. So it's a vicious cycle, but it's a workup, right? Workup. The less energy you feel like you're expending for doing the things you want, the more energy it's providing will go back to helping perform better at your job, which then, or like whatever you have to do, and doing well there pays back on the things. And that's holistic, that's the holistic lifestyle choices, right? Holistic lifestyle choices. So find that. In my opinion, try to find that. And a lot of the qualities of self-study requires that you understand that about yourself. And that's why I do it. All this time, it's not a waste of time. It's not 8 hours I could be spent studying Japanese. An investment in doing this, right? An investment doing this, in my opinion, it's 8 hours far more well spent than still continue to cram and squeeze in every ounce of efficiency you can. What does this look like to you? It's actually pretty cool looking. So get out there, in my opinion. I'm gonna end the stream here. It's perfectly all right. I already did my lesson today, so we did keep the streak alive secretly. Don't worry. Yeah, this is a pretty good place. So this is what it looks like, in my opinion. This is what 25 days of things look like to me. What does your 25 things look like? I don't actually save these, by the way. The moment this stream ends, I'm just gonna close this and not even save it, because I have it here. These are the things I know for heart now. They're gonna be part of me. So I've already spent so much time invested in it. They're gonna stick with me most of the time. The things that I don't stick with me, yes, I use devices to keep track of. Like, for example, the time of day. I don't keep track of the time of day, honestly. I really don't. Like scheduling, what time it is when I get up, I don't really keep track of those things. I use devices. If you can earnestly say that you can do this every day, those are the meaningful things to you. And you'd be shocked at how many times the most meaningful things are the things you fail at and the mistakes you make. And they don't have to be negative. Failing and mistakes don't have to be negative. They're the most memorable things and the most powerful things you have. Learn from them, right? Learn from them. I would be surprised if when you do self-assessment, the first couple things you would think about is all the things you want to improve, like the negative things, the deficiencies. Well, that they stay with you. So address them, right? Or try to address them and turn them into positive things, like asking yourself, oh yeah, I noticed this weakness and therefore I addressed it. And now that weakness has become your strength. Let's go on to the next weakness. So you're doing bottom line approach, and sometimes you're like, yeah, I have plenty of time. Let's work on my strengths, right? And we're talking about not the sense of strengths in skill, but within the skill itself. Like your weakest part of a specific skill and your strongest part of a specific skill, like whatever the context is, like Japanese. What is my weakest part of my Japanese? I am definitely going to say I cannot form complex sentences. And I speak in complex sentences 90% of the time with various transitional words and conditionals. So I can't actually speak that yet. So when someone asks me, do I participate in conversation? Do I plan on participating in conversation and whatnot? At the answer right now, I can answer very clearly, no. I want the capacity and the foundation to form complex clauses prior to outputting them. And there's no concern or insecurity about, well, you're not doing the right thing to do that. It's like, that's fair enough, right? Fair enough. I know why I didn't get there, and I am pretty far aware of what I can do to remediate that. Knowing that doesn't make me urgent. Like I'm not propelled into the next thing all the time. Like when someone says, oh yeah, you're going to be stuck forever, and like I beg to differ. For now, I'm not working on it, so obviously I'm not gaining any progress on it, right? Like I'm aware through my self-assessment that I don't work on this skill, so naturally you don't have to tell me that I'm in agreement with you. Does it worry me? Well, no, because I know why and I know how. And please keep giving me advice, because I'm pocketing this advice for a rainy day. So then over time, you keep track of all the alternatives. Then you put them into motion when you can. You place them into motion. So over time, in my opinion, you also naturally become considerate. As in, oh, that's a great idea. You know what? We could do it this way, but give me some time because we can't get to it yet. Oh, a few things at a time, but that's a great idea. Tell me more, because you're using time to figure that out. Give me your time. I'll take all your advice because I don't have to spend time doing that. At the same time, I know when and where to do those things, and I'm not in a hurry because I'm aware of where I'm going. So I have not concerned myself with conversation yet, but I do have 3 or 4 brilliant, in my opinion, really fun ways that I want to approach conversation, and it integrates at least 6 of the ideas. And yes, it has something to do with ChatGPT 4.0 for the time being, but hey, it might be ChatGPT 5 by the time I get to it, right? It does have something to do with the structure that LingQ has, right? It does have something to do with vlogging. It does have something to do with video games. So the list goes on. But the idea is not only when you're self-assessing, you also integrate, you plan, you make all these like, oh yeah, all right, well now I'm bored. What can I do next? Well, let's break out my book of 16 billion different ideas that I kept working on consciously, and you won't get tired, right? You won't get to a point where like, I don't know what to do anymore. Nothing works. Well, it never feels like nothing works. It genuinely and always feel like you don't have enough time to do all of it. Not you don't have enough time to learn or succeed. You don't have enough time to try everything out. So you're never bored. I am not bored of Duolingo. Trust me. I don't get bored of a lot of things. There are things I do get bored of. Having to go to the bathroom. You know, it would be kind of nice if you can go to the bathroom quicker and then come out, but yeah, that stuff you can't actually speed up. But there are things you do get bored of, the things you have to do, right? Oh yeah, well, you have to sleep. You have to sleep the time, so you have to be patient and whatnot. So even then, you have to turn your way around those things. But these things, not a chance. Not a chance. Keep the advice coming. I'm excited to start Mandarin. I'm excited to hear a whole new group of people and their opinions on Mandarin. It's scary, it's exciting, because I can guarantee I probably will still hear Anki, but I'm probably not going to hear like Wani Kani, because, you know, it's not that. And it will be interesting to see how the sources and resources for Mandarin is going to change. Because the resources for Mandarin are kind of weird. I expect to hear Glossica a lot, actually, especially from Gabriel. And it'll be interesting how I interact with everyone. There are at least 3 or 4 people that I know that are more interested in Mandarin than Japanese. So perhaps one day we'll all be interested by association, Japanese and Mandarin. And isn't that just lovely? In my opinion. Wouldn't that be nice? Alright. With that sentiment, I'm going to end for today. Tomorrow I'll be back with the new schedule. And yeah, thanks for listening, guys. I always appreciate it. Critiques, I don't know, go at it. I typically don't expect newcomers who make video comments to see this, but hey, this will be the thumbnail. I left it on the screen because I like to give an absurd thumbnail. And I think this is how my brain looks most of the time. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the brain actually kind of looks like this. When it comes to the neuronal connections, right? Oh, there's a really cool study. Recently, they mapped like 5% or like less than 5%. They mapped, like, it took a lot of computational power, but they were able to map a small percentage, a really tiny percentage of a person's brain, like all the neuronal networks. It's so beautiful. It kind of looks like this. All right, folks, there you have it. It's the end of our 4th tentative talk. It is day 104. We will be back with this in another 22 days. So we'll see how much we can get in 22 days, how many things change. Until then, right? Good luck with everything. Keep being inspired and motivated on doing what you want to do, while getting, tearing a new one on all the things you have to do. Get those done and work on what you want to do. All right? Until next time, as always, mata ashita. Ja ne.